Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with Doovid. I'm your host, Jen, Church of Entropy. Happy to be here again this Sunday, September 4th. Wow, time flies when you're having fun. Looking forward to the show. Doovid says he's a little low energy today. Understandable. A lot of stuff's been going on. Looking forward to going over it. I'm feeling ambivalent. I basically spent the whole week working on that essay, but I finished it in time to send it to Doovid so that he, actually got a chance to read it. It wasn't like an hour before the show type deal this time. So looking forward to going over everything. I'll hand it over to you, David, for the introductions. Looking forward to seeing what all those many tabs you have in store for us are today.
Okay, yeah, great. Sorry for a little low energy this week. Oh, and I stream with Luke. I think like 3 or 4 times, and Rodney was on, and we were going to talk about like surprising things, and then God forbid, like I came on and the titles like religious sex versus secular sex, and like the random things. But we talked to some interesting things about Judaism or just life experience and various things that surprised us. And so you check that out. I'll share some of that in a minute. If you're going to put it on full screen, this was that article from last week from Ashish Delela, that his really long article on compression and incompressibility. Didn't get to that yet. Last week, Claire and Stephen James did a week in review and covered some of our week in review and I guess their own topics. They're in London, so random. I guess Claire is still very active. So I was showing this. I used to do constantly for like 3 years. I took edX courses, and then they eventually made you had to pay for them. So it used to be you could take edX courses and didn't have to pay for them, at least without the certificate, but you could take the grades and the courses and all the course material. And I did over 800 edX courses on like basically every topic. I focused mostly on math and science, a lot of interesting things. I took almost all the courses available from Harvard, MIT. Some of the courses were pretty difficult, so I took a lot of courses from MIT. Then they had like Microsoft training courses, um, a lot of coding, computer programming, uh, Indian IIAT, the Indian University of Technology, and I took the writing courses. I was thinking of that. I'm just scrolling down to see like literally 800 of these courses I took. I took the Columbia, the whole series of um, Jeffrey Sachs of the environment. So for about 3 years through 2019, then you had to start paying for them. So for about 3 years, I spent like 20 hours a week taking edX courses, and these are all the ones I passed. So, and I took some ones on English, on writing, so not too many of 800 courses, like less than 1% of them were in writing. Here was one, University of Washington, using email and networking in English. Here was Berkeley business writing, the writing process. Um, Chinese University, writing scientific papers and making presentations in English. Tsinghua, I actually took a lot of courses from the Chinese and Japanese university for, it was a window of opportunity where these courses were free. Now you got to pay. Berkeley, how to write an essay. Princeton, writing case studies, science of delivery. Another Berkeley, English for Journalists Part 2, English for Journalists Part 1. And English grammar and style. And so I've also done all of the writing courses on the teaching company. Those I actually took the tests and wrote some of the stuff. And so generally, I like doing minimal amount of work, especially in writing. But yeah, for 3 years I was doing those. These I just listened to most of them 2 speed. But I also all these courses: how to publish your book, becoming a great essayist, building great sentences, um, how to write best-selling fiction, effective editing, how to take your writing to the next level, writing great fiction, storytelling tips and techniques, analysis and critique, how to engage and write about anything, writing creative nonfiction, writing your story. So these were all good courses, and I guess I was, just showing this because, give myself a little credibility. Jennifer and her writing. So I was mentioning Saraswati Dayanandi wrote 60 books. Most of them have not been translated.
Okay. He probably had transcribers. I am not denying books were written. Okay. I'm sorry that I wasn't clear on that, but thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these were books that he wrote. Some of them were transcribed from speeches. But no, I mean, according to this, he focused and recommended mastering Sanskrit grammar. He purposely wrote in Hindi.
Yeah,
like,
oral tradition, as in recited, as in memorized, as in not written down.
as in wrote.
Yeah, memorized, as in not written down, as in the Vedas are oral tradition that you recite and memorize in your mind, not on a book. And that's the point. This is why there's less emphasis placed on book writing, not that books don't get written.
Yeah, so whatever Jennifer's point. So I mentioned like Acharya's most great minds wrote, um, certain level of actual books being written or commentaries, but I think Saraswati Dayananda wrote over 60 books. Most of them, some of them transcribed, but most of them actually compiled and written by him himself.
Oh yeah, it says that he wrote it with his own hands and he didn't have someone to do that for him. Really?
That appears so.
Like I literally showed you on Satyarth Prakash that most of a big part of it is the conversations had with people, which would have been transcribed.
I mean, some of them, but no, from what I read, I mean, most of them are Hindi, haven't been translated. That he made a point of writing. He wrote in Hindi. He mastered Sanskrit grammar, and he wrote. Some of this, 60 books, 60 works is a lot. Some of them are transcriptions, but no, it seems pretty clear. He wrote. He wrote books himself. He spent hours every day for years writing.
Or like having conversations and having people write down what he
No,
said.
writing. He himself
Okay,
spent
sure.
hours every day writing.
Or dictating to someone who writes down for him, or that.
No, I mean, it appears
I
he
don't know
spent
why you're
hours
getting
every day
so caught up on a
writing.
technicality. Okay, the point's been made.
Yeah, I'm just making a fact.
You don't understand the oral tradition. We can move on from that.
I understand the oral tradition was saying like, no, he spent hours every day writing. It's a fact of history. Mark Zuckerberg, God forbid, MMA fighting, nature of the material world. I remember I was in Brooklyn, like a lot of people learn fighting, it's very popular. And you think, what's the guy thinking? Like they're thinking violence. And so even like Mark Zuckerberg, it's saying he's thinking like it's conflict. He wants to be good at violence. So here's Mark Zuckerberg dropping video of him training, sparring with a top MMA trainer, God forbid. Not surprising. From a geeky Jewish guy to a warrior prepared to defend. Here was the Royal Society Institute's this week on can machines be emotionally intelligent. It's what I said last week related to computers excel in well-defined situations. So if you could define emotions, then generally machines can be emotionally intelligent. The question is, how do you define it, and have you correctly defined it? And, this week at the Royal Institute. Asymmetry, been sharing it. Um, a lot about semiconductors here, questioning Americans not going into semiconducting, important field. Said, I think I saw CNBC had a whole video on Intel and semiconducting chips, and most semiconductors are made in Taiwan, and they're trying to build like an Intel facility in, I think, Ohio. It's important, like national security, but it's very important, like the chip shortage in America's falling behind. Here's another asymmetry on the history of Malaysia and overthrowing the British Empire and expropriating the wealth of what was in the British Empire. So interesting history, and then like the ethnic of Chinese and Malaysian, and I forget the third ethnicity. And it was even like the British for a while purposely brought different ethnicities for purpose of control. T Jump had on James Valiant talking about the historical Jesus. It was actually just kind of an interview. So T Jump.
Did it kind of remind you of Thad with his giggling? Makes me wonder. I guess it's a nervous habit. The giggling thing.
Yeah, so it was kind of weak. Like T Jump kind of just spent the whole time listening. So I'm not sure if he was really interested in the subject, or someone recommended, or he just didn't have that much to say because he doesn't know that much about history. So there's a question like when I like, why does so many, if it's false, why do so many people believe in it? So from an atheistic historical view, you generally you have to explain why people believe in falsehoods, and probably the biggest phenomenon is Christianity. That especially here in the West, that there's a church on every corner. Like I said, T Jump's parents himself are Christian, went to a Christian school. 80% of Americans identify as Christian. So the phenomenon, and it's someone mentioned in a super chat they didn't mention. Saying, so if Christianity was created by Romans, when did it become, like obviously the Roman Empire fell, Constantine has a conversion, but how did Christianity stay on? So just saying that the Romans created Christianity for the various reasons discussed in the video, but then why did Christianity keep on spreading post the Roman Empire? So they don't really cover anything post Roman, but maybe it's unclear if they're stepping up their scholarship there. But I watched that one. I watched Martin Hilbert's whole courses. I'm not sure if he's based out of University of California on AI. This is just one lecture from the whole course on prediction machines. It was interesting. Like computers, when they're trained on certain things, are better at predictions than humans. So, for example, like, can you tell if a man or a woman, transsexual, poker bluffing, whether a person's lying or not, and various things that a lot of information, like on predictability of how well we understand ourselves or understand others, that computers in many ways understand us better than we understand ourselves. And the machine learning algorithms, and the most advanced ones are related to the social media companies that make their profit off of selective advertisement. That the business model is they collect data and then they sell the data to target advertisers. So Google, Facebook, YouTube, from our viewing choices, our likes, our various clicks, they feed that into their machine learning algorithm, and then from there they sell targeted ads. And so how much does the algorithm actually know about us? And then various testing that the algorithm actually appears to know us better than we know ourselves in certain well-defined aspects. So I listened to this whole course; it was pretty interesting. God forbid Vincent Bruno was on No More News. Update on the Noah hides. Vincent was on Week in Review all the time. It was just kind of repetitive. But I guess now he's just like a yearly update, and maybe still stream with Claire. So maybe we'll take a look at this. I re-released my essay on the multiple truth hypothesis. I edited it.
I really enjoyed this. I felt that it was helpful for me. I don't know if you were intending to help me, like, this is how you tell a story about yourself, dumbass, but that's how I felt.
Okay, well, great. So hopefully we'll take a look at that. Luke, this was last week, although we talked about it this week.
I know, it
we
was
talked
awesome that he put the thing on Kristen's least action. Sorry, what am I saying here? I thought it was awesome that he covered least action, for sure.
free energy principle.
Sorry, free energy. I get those mixed up. Free energy.
Yeah, Kyle Friston, active inference. So me and Luke talked a few days, and then like the last day he gave me, was it Thursday? He sent me an invite, and he's like, "Well, what do you want to talk about?" So I said we should talk about this blog in the predictive mind. So he wrote relative to psychology from. You actually read this Jerry Holmes, "The Brain Has a Mind of Its Own," which mentions the free energy principle. So here's on Rumble, the program with Luke. He deletes his YouTube. So you got to be a member for that. I popped on Zobita one of the day a few minutes. So this was, I think it was already a month ago. They released it later. There's like this 3-hour debate with Joseph Cohn. And, so Israel advocacy movement hasn't posted anything for over a month.
Yeah, and I was asking you if that was out of character or if perhaps it was like a vacation, but and you were saying normally they post about once a week or more.
Yeah, and he collects money. You think he would say something if he was going on vacation, because he's constantly collecting money and asking for money. That usually people say they're going on vacation. So it's possible. Zobita said he kind of got chased out of Speaker's Corner, and I think he lost this debate pretty badly to this Muslim historian, and he's kind of attacking the Muslim pretty badly.
Oh, do you think that was why he's gone? Because the debate lost, possibly?
It could be. I'm not sure, but it was an interesting debate on the nature of history.
He doubted your allegiance, didn't he?
Yeah, I guess. I didn't toe the party line, and he. So I mean, it's unclear. But yeah, I mean, he was kind of like the ADL and attacks a bunch of people, and including me. But he's regular there, and obviously there's a lot of people in England, especially the Muslim community, that is actively anti-Israel and Speaker's Corner. Generally, it's not even that Israeli friendly. That the majority of people are skeptical of Israel and the military action that it's taking, and so he's their great defender. And he goes up against this historian, and he gets into these like tedious historical debates, and God forbid, this Muslim Adnan Rashid really did a powerful job of quoting history and like even Jewish sources, like from memory. And then Joseph's like, "You lie," and he was like, "You always lie. Everything you do, you take out of context." And the guy's like I'm a historian. I don't take. Can you think of one thing where I took out of context? And so it looked like this guy Rashid beat him pretty bad. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with um, his lack of streaming. I mean, it could be he's just on vacation also, and didn't share or tell anybody. I was. I'm not going to wrap this week, but I was
Well,
just
do you
sharing.
follow him on all his social media? I mean, how would you know?
I don't follow him, but I check every once in a while that I looked on because I saw him that I usually check his YouTube like once every few weeks, and so I saw for like a month he hadn't posted, so I checked all his other stuff, and he didn't say anything like whether he's taking a break or anything like that. So I would think that usually you would say if you're taking a break or when you're going to be back. So and didn't even have any comment on anything. And Zobita said they ran him up out of there, but who knows? So if anyone in the chat has an update from London, feel free to update us. I was thinking some music like hip hop and rap. I was sharing this Eminem song, "Lose Yourself," from
Probably
the
one
Eight
of
Mile.
Eminem's better songs.
Yeah, it's probably his most popular song. And the palms are sweaty, mom's spaghetti. You only get one shot, and I think he just got an Emmy
Like
for.
I felt like I could taste the vomiting spaghetti. That was how real that song was.
Yeah, this was the height of his career. I'm not sure he's done, although he was at the Super Bowl this last year, but hasn't had um, much doing in the last like 10 years. I mean, he's still been on tours, successful tours, selling stadiums. So about the time that came out, I was in New York, and I was managing rap. I knew my roommate's rap rhymes, but I never really liked rap that much. I didn't listen to it that much, and I was thinking, God forbid it down Luke. Like I had um, a prostitute for a brief period of time subletting as a roommate, and um, she really liked this one song, "Angel," Amanda Perez. God sent me an angel, and I guess she was somewhat like a runaway, trying to make it in New York, and fell into prostitution, which was actually quite lucrative. That relatively, um, it was quite lucrative. I saw the song was also top 5 in New Zealand in 2002, but this was a song she listened to a lot. And then there was this other song, Angie Martinez, who, if you're in New York, there's a radio station. I think it's Hot 97. I don't know if it's 97.1, and it plays hip hop music, and it's always being blasted. So I play Chess in the Park or various things. Like people are always blasting Hot 97, and one of their announcers, DJs, this woman, Angie Martinez, Puerto Rican. And she had a few songs. This one song, If I Could Go, was probably her most popular. And she had this other song, Never, You Could Never Break Me. A criminal mind is all I ever have, and you will never break me. And so I actually kind of like that song. I think it came out in 2002. I guess it wasn't super popular, but I remember when I was listening to the music in like uh, the mid 2000s that was a song that I kind of liked. Um, I'm going to chant a Hebrew song, but I'm not sure I'm going to do. Maybe I didn't prepare like a deep analysis of rap songs, but I thought like the Eminem,
Well, that's what
Angie,
next week is for.
Angie Martinez had this kind of struggle, like "Lose Yourself," where the song there's some like degeneracy. A lot of the stuff is like degenerate, and just degenerate about uh, embracing bodily urges, acquiring wealth, and promiscuity. But there's a certain element of the song of struggle to succeed against insurmountable odds. So Eminem and Eminem had some interesting racial takes, but the lose yourself never is kind of like, okay, things are rigged against me, but I overcame through hard work. And so there's a little bit of the positive element in some, the rap music, even still till today. Um, I saw Brett Stevens of the New York Times did an op-ed about historicity, and this was the source of the president of a historical association had to apologize
Looks like the
for
link is too long there.
for unpolitically correct statements about history, and he was saying that people don't study history anymore. Like the number of people going into history is decreasing, and the people who study modern history, and history became politicized, where it's not kind of like objective or the science of history, what happened in ancient times or older times, but it always has to have like a direct perspective towards what's the implication towards modern politics. And maybe he said some things about slavery, and then he had to make an apology. And so just interesting thinking about the decline of history or the difficult of deconnecting politics to history. History is important because you could learn from it, but history itself, if you attach it to politics, like the reason you need to know history is because you should think about this political issue in a certain way. So you people who really understand history, like my writing, historical backdrops, the history of ideas, versus pop history today. Most people, popular history is only related to when you want to explain to somebody historical reasons why they should come out on one side of a political issue. God forbid, Vice News, um, Iceland, glaciers are melting, and God forbid, they're not just melting from above, they're melting from below. It's bad. Global warming. New York Times op-ed about Anthony Fauci, God forbid, why many Americans turned on Anthony Fauci, and saying this point he's retiring and his pristine reputation is unclear. Like I said, that he's held up as like the poster boy for objectivity and science and trustworthiness. And now, as the pandemic is waning, there's a lot of questions about, did they really do a good job? What does it mean for science? Where like 1 month they're saying don't wear masks, then they're saying wear mask. They're saying it transmits through touching surfaces, then they're saying the airborne. Then like it kept on changing in this process where it's like, oh, the scientists, just go with the current evidence at the time, um, and the evidence changed. But the reassessment, where at this point it's unclear how good of a reputation Dr. Fauci has, and even science in general. So just op-ed in the New York Times. Avoid talking too much about the issue, but it was just shared it because it was about how people view science and evidence and trust in general, and the relationship of trust and science to reputation. Veritasium, the biggest jumping robot ever, is really just a spring. I mean, the robot does a little bit, but there was a new technology of a spring to a robot that let it jump. I think it was like 300 feet, huge amount through compression. I saw this book at the drugstore. I looked it up. It wasn't actually that interesting. It's a little history on secret societies in Detroit. This guy had written a book. I saw he had some YouTube pages, and I mean some little bit of history, but it wasn't super insightful. Chess Dojo interviewed a psychologist on psychology and chess. Um, but not really that much deep insights. A little bit about competition, but not really some of the more deeper insights that I talk about. Oh, interesting. I ordered this book, Who Will Remember You? So this guy and his brother were in the band Rocket David that I helped promote um, for a few years, and the band kind of fell apart. His father was like a French Moroccan Jewish singer who God forbid, got injured pretty badly in the Crown Heights riots. And I guess he went on to John Hopkins University and wrote a book on Who Will Remember You, a philosophic study and theory of memory and will. So I just started looking at it. He does an interesting review of the history of memory and theories of memory. So good for him, Israel. Then I saw God forbid. Now he's the head of Americans Against Anti-Semitism, and like God forbid, there's like 1,000 organizations that fight anti-Semitism. So this guy who was in a band and then went to university ends up heading an organization fighting anti-Semitism, getting people banned off the internet, which is some of the mainstream strategy of Judaism. It's not that surprising. You argue with people on the alt right, but so within Jewish circles, it's not that surprising because there's a lot of non-for-profit foundations, and one of the like charities like helping out sick people or poor people, homeless people, uh, various things like that. But Israel, yeshiva learning, but fighting anti-Semitism is definitely up there. And the mainstream strategy is getting people censored, kicked off the internet, exposing them, making lists. So ironic that props for him writing the book, and ironic that now he heads a organization fighting anti-Semitism. Carl Friston, another speech on the surprising energy of the brain, or if you mean the low energy uses of the brain relative to the output. And okay, so I'll close this out and I'll do a quick chant. I think I chanted this last year. This from Psalm 27. And, it's the high holidays coming up. And people who know the Jewish ritual, on the month before Elul, the month before Rosh Hashanah called Elul, people chant during the prayer services and added Psalm 27, which includes the line, Acha shualti me'es Hashem. One thing I ask from the face, from the time of Hashem, uh, oso vakesh, that I seek shifti beves Hashem, to sit in the house of God, kol yemei chaya, all the days of my life, lachos benoyam Hashem, and to uh, attach to the pleasantry of God, uvakir behekalo, and seek forever. So saying the one thing I want is God, is to seek God and more of God. And so this is chanted this whole month before the high holidays. And this is a famous tune. I have it on my YouTube page. Acha shualti, shualti miyes Hashem. Acha shualti miyes Hashem. Oisavakesh. Shifty beves Hashem. Kavol yemechaya. Lachsois b'noyam Hashem. Uvacher behekelo. Acha shualti. Shualti miyes Hashem. Acha shualti miyes Hashem. Oiso vakes. Shifty v'veis Hashem. Cowboy Mechaya, Laxais Benayamana Mashem, Uvacher Vehekulo. Okay, so have a good week, and keep that in mind to seek God and to want to become closer to God. The one thing I want is to become closer to God and to sit in the house of God at all times. I want to be a good person. I want to excel, take life seriously. Just seeing the chat, Arbe's Sword of Agility, A Serious Man. That movie, it was kind of lame. I know a lot of people like think it's like this great movie, and it's just kind of nonsensical to me. It's just like like kind of a low key synagogue and uninteresting events. So I never really understood why people got so much out of that movie. Um, okay, so Jennifer has, I guess, if it's the two articles, then I also have my.
I mean, the second one's not really an article there. Like, I still
So
wanted
what?
to send it, just if we could go over the structure of the argument, but yeah, this doesn't have the full essay feeling that the panpsychism one has.
Yeah, I mean, so we'll look at some basic writing technique, and then the thought of your essay and the structure of it. I think maybe another week or two, we still have to focus on just writing, basic writing skills, and we'll talk about the idea. But I think um, at this point, it's probably another few weeks where we just have to focus quite a bit on just basic writing technique, and it's probably worth the while to improve our writing skills because the preferred medium of communication is basically writing. And we went on forever about a ghostwriter. There's some people in the chat, and I was just saying, I don't think you're going to find a ghostwriter. Um, so probably
It's
pays
not a
to.
ghostwriter. It is someone to help me. It is like pretend I have some sort of like mental problem, but it only applies to writing. Like if I had to write a song, I'm not musically inclined. I'd need to outsource that. So this is like outsourcing something most people wouldn't outsource.
Well, I
But
mean, you could
no problem.
potentially co-author a book in this way. Said maybe me and Jennifer will co-author a few articles, but I mean, ghostwriting is probably not even the proper word, but just taking
That's
on.
fine.
But you're
I
saying
just like the word ghost. Ooh. Sorry.
just saying that you're gonna have someone else write for you because your writing's no good. Um, you're probably better off working on your writing, especially the type stuff. Like if you were writing a bio, or if you were in a field where there were, like chess or something, where even if you were, like Nakamura, like the best, but there's a lot of good players that know how to write and would be able to get the gist of what you're saying. But for Jennifer's field,
There's no one because it's a novel development, but there's some people who could learn it a lot faster than others.
well, I mean, basically, you would need an established writer who would co-author a book for you. And then I'm thinking, I don't know, I can't think offhand of who that would be. So I just say like work on your writing skills, get the fantasy out of your head of and so just focus on your writing skills.
I'm not going to do that, but I will focus on my writing skills in addition to keeping the idea of having a co-author help me who doesn't have to have any practice writing to do so. I will do them both. I can multitask.
Well, you could have a co-author, but even a co-author, you're probably going to have to do a substantial amount of writing, and you have to I mean, that's my summation is like you have to invest serious effort into improving your writing skills.
Cool. So, do we want to go over your essay? I mean, you can keep saying that, but it's sort of like pointless. So, either say what it is that could be improved, or just I accept you think I suck at writing. Moving on.
Well, I mean, that's what we're going to do. I mean, we've been doing it for a few weeks now, going over your writing. So as long as you keep on working at it, we'll keep on looking at your writing, and hopefully, I mean, even in a few months, if you keep at it, your writing will have drastically improved. That will focus more on your ideas than on the writing. But at this point, there's so many deficiencies in the
There's no
writing.
difference between the writing and the ideas. It's just that the ideas are hard to think about. So,
Well, I was saying at this point, there's so many deficiencies in the writing, it's hard to focus on the idea. So we have to focus on the writing.
so all that stuff about it just being about the logical structure and the content doesn't matter, that was bullshit then. Not that you said that, but that would be a consequence of this. If you can't just look at an argument structurally, that means that any arguments can be made on the basis of structure, not content, are false. So that was kind of the point of doing these proof by definition, was that, I know it's pointless. I just honestly like logic just for the hell of it. So there you go. Don't need a
Well, I mean,
reason, but
logic and
proves the
structure
point.
are different.
Logic confers structure,
I mean,
formal, blah,
you were
blah,
saying that,
blah. It's all about stuff being in a logical form.
let's say you're illogical, but I mean, it is a form of illogic, but your ideas are not well structured, and that's another deficiency in your writing. But structuring your ideas is a common thing that you need editors and help with. Um, but you have straight up deficiencies in your writing before the structure. So I was saying if over the next few months you improve your writing skills and get rid of the deficiencies,
You're acting Here's the thing, this is what I feel like what you're saying is make this stuff easier to understand, and I'm saying it's never going to be easy to understand, ever. And rewriting it in a different way, I can do that, but it's not going to make it easier to understand. You either accept the premise or you don't. And if you reject the premise, it won't make sense. Even if you
that could
accept the
be,
premise, it may not make sense because it takes a while to understand. Not possible to understand infinite concepts, but even just to get used to working with them.
I mean, you just accept that regardless of your ideas, you have serious deficiencies in your writing. And if you want my help trying to help you work out your deficiencies in your writing, that's, I guess, what we're trying to do. So, I mean,
It
also
is.
the ideas, and even your ideas, and saying the structure of your ideas, and they'll come up in the writing, but like your major deficiencies in your writing are pre-structure.
So the whole thing about just focusing on the structure of logic, as though that would be indicative of something, that's not really a thing then.
Well, I mean, it is a thing, but
So did you want to comment just on my logic? Is it flawless or is it fine? Is it perfectly amazing or is it slightly not perfect, or are there any mistakes in the actual logic? I don't know if people can see this on. I hope people can see this on screen. There you go. It's pretty much visible.
when we look at it later, I'll go back to my other computer and open it up. So I'm not saying that. I mean, all these things are questionable. Saying it follows. I'm not saying there's any flaws in it, but like all of these could be deconstructed.
And deconstruction doesn't apply against holistic systems as a valid criticism. The only valid criticism is a replacement system, which is the entire ontological force of this system, which is unlikely. But that's fine. I don't mind doing it. But That's not the point of going over the essay. You could criticize anything. So the essay will never be written if it's always just responding to critiques, or am I misunderstanding?
Well, I mean, you haven't even got to the point where you're writing a proper essay. So,
Yes.
like, no,
So
I mean,
it's
like,
perfectly fine to have an argument
I mean, it's like
without
if you
any
never,
context, if it's
if you
structured,
never
or so
learned
I
how
was
to
told.
write a proper essay, so I have to teach you how to write a proper essay, and something like you're writing, but you're still not anywhere close to writing a proper essay. And like God forbid, is like pulling teeth just to get you to write like an introduction, um, you like paragraph form, any of common structural elements of a proper essay. So that's what I mean, like the serious deficiencies in your writing, you're not even close. I mean, you're getting closer, but you're not really. I mean, you're just nowhere near a proper essay form.
Right. Did you take my point about the expectation that it's going to be clear what the meaning of every last bit of the writing is on the first pass is unrealistic? Did you agree with that or no?
Well, I mean, that's probably true even if it's in proper essay form.
Right.
But I'm just like a minimum standard of getting your writing into proper essay form, and like you're still reasonably far away from that, and you're unnecessarily argumentative in terms of you're just putting your writing into proper essay form.
So do you want to read your essay? Where do you want to start? Like you telling me I suck at writing essays, you telling me I suck. I don't need to keep hearing you repeat that. Either something more specific or we can just move right along to I mean, I get it. I don't think I'm good at writing. Um I was thinking, who should play you in the movie adaptation of Week in Review is my question. Hey Samish, nice to see you. He says ideas come first, but without formalizing writing about them, they're just ideas. Writing's hard. It is all have to do about where does the writer want to take the readers. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, writing's just a skill you have to acquire, and I mean, generally, it's when I was in University of Michigan, I heard over and over again, it's one of the most important skills that people lack, especially scientists. And a lot of times, scientists will just have one required course on basic English. It might include writing an essay, and they can't even write an essay, a simple essay, even a few page essay. Just at a complete loss for how to do it. And it's somewhat an essential skill. If you think in the business world, um, I mean, you could be successful without writing, but generally the preferred communication is writing, and you write all the time, like a few times a week, and it's something that many scientists are just incompetent. They don't know how to do, and there could be an ego element where a scientist has certain skill sets, and then to recognize um, you're just a basic skill that's extremely important that they're lacking in. And
Well,
like,
a scientific paper has a certain tone. It's very technical.
almost all writing has formats, standardized forms. Scientific paper, essay, persuasive essay, um, business proposal. Almost everything has a standardized form that you should aim to fit your writing to that standardized form. If it's a letter, a letter of recommendation, a request for proposal. Um, I'd have to, you know, go on and on of standard formats. And if you write regularly, you generally know the standard format and just produce your writing in standard format. And so that's the major deficiency in your writing is your failure to be in standard format. And then there's some other just grammatical uh things that hopefully, I mean, if you keep at it, like in a few months, you'll probably be comfortable with standard format. And like university course, you usually don't write that like a 3, 4, 5 essays. My university courses, maybe like 5 writing assignments, like a few page ones, a few different styles, and like a longer paper for the end of the semester, like 8 pages as an undergrad. But even whole course, maybe there's 5, 8 writing assignments. If a few of them were just a page or two, 3 paragraph, 5 paragraph essays. So saying like relatively, if you write 10 essays, 5 essays, and work to getting them to standard format, you're going to be like undergraduate proficient in writing, and even to the point where, like, if you were in a professional field and had to write regularly, like weekly, bi-weekly, or even more, that you would just be able to pump it out in the correct format. And a lot of this stuff is stuff you could look up, like what type are you writing, what's the proper format. I mean, so it was like Samish teaching sociology. He probably graded papers like in a sociology course. Maybe it's just a few tests, but likely you had to write a few essays over the semester. And he probably graded those essays and read hundreds of papers every semester, and got paid to do that. And he just mark it, and maybe if the student wanted advice, he'd give them advice on the writing or talk to them. But he probably just whip out a red pen and make a few marks and give them a grade. But it's like, no, it's not like insurmountable for scientists. A lot of times, it seems like an insurmountable skill, but like in a good university, it's a requirement. You can't graduate without demonstrating proficiency in writing, and that means understanding that there's standard formats for various styles of writing, and when you write, you have to put it in that standard format.
So obviously the introduction's too short, and it's another list. I thought it was good to throw the Wikipedia definition in there. It seemed like a good opener, but then, the rest is basically just a summary of what's in the article.
Yeah, I mean, you made improvements, but like you're still far from a standard form. Like you're still not writing. So if you have a week in review, if you have stuff you want to share, we'll look at your papers. I'll go back to my computer where I have it downloaded, and we'll be able to look at it clearly, and we could go through your papers like we did last week.
I spent most of the week working on this, but in terms of my week in review, I can do that now, or I don't have much.
Yeah, so you do that, and then if you want to look at my essay on the multiple truth hypothesis, we could look at that, and then we'll go to looking at your writing, and I'll give you some pointers. We could talk about the ideas, and I mean, hopefully you're close to just to paragraph form. Like you're
I just feel like every concept is so complicated, so every article's got to kind of focus on one aspect of the complexity, and
yeah, it's
I'm trying
almost
to
like
make a very subtle
unfathomable
point here, and
because
it's
I know I took the courses and they told me about this, and I took the STEM course, and your Professor Duderstadt, nuclear physicist. I took a course, Homer Neal, and I remember them saying this, and that scientists are deficient in writing, and you're saying so. Jennifer, as an educated woman, God forbid, is still like writing at a high school level in some ways, and so you just got like it's not like I mean literally like at a high school level, and like you could see that I'm not just making fun of her trying to be mean to her, and like anyone who knows anything about writing is like she's not even using paragraph form, and so she's just going to give up, and so like, she's a grown woman and she never really learned how to write, so she's going to go through the rest of her life writing, or say she's going to do a little work and you learn how to write basic, because they're saying just like paragraph form. And so like it's unfortunate to say, but Jennifer, however smart she is, however great her ideas are, is writing at like a sub college level.
okay. And
And
I'm
like you
always
can
just
see
going to
that
think that's a
yourself.
dodge to avoid addressing the
You
arguments
can see that
themselves.
yourself by just saying like, why aren't you using paragraphs? And
And I'm
then like
always just going to think that's a dodge to avoid the arguments.
why would you even defend? I mean, saying that like okay, at this point, because you're a grown woman and you didn't acquire the basic skill, then now you're diminishing like, oh, paragraphs. Who needs paragraphs? And say like, no, you're writing at a sub college level. You need to take like remedial writing, God forbid, like Doovid's internet remedial writing course. But like, unfortunately, like you need remedial writing until you start writing in paragraph form. But we'll look at your essays. You're definitely making improvements. So like, you like remedial writing course is slowly working.
Okay. Um, yeah, so my week was pretty interesting, but pretty much just spent most of it on this essay. And had a couple of debates there. I always find people who want to just like turn the debate into arguing over the laws of logic. It's like that is actually a contradiction of logic because if they're if they have to be, they're necessary, shouldn't have to argue for them. You can say, here's all these reasons to justify why they're used, like epistemological primitives. But it's really an abuse of logic to try to force your own conclusion by misrepresenting what is actually meant by deduction and so forth. So I like to pull out these diagrams where it's like, apparently it's inconceivable that there could be multi-valued logics. That's like, guess what? Gödel incompleteness theorem is unironically predicated on a Trinitarian logic. And just think of how many people cite that. And again, why is that being cited? Abusive logic. It's like you shouldn't be pointing to theories no one gives a shit about in industry to justify something philosophical. That's backwards. Philosophy is supposed to inform the derivative applications like math and science, not the other way around. If that happens, then you've done a fallacy, which is an I'm lazy and I don't want to think about things fallacy. It kind of trumps the other fallacies. So, I had a question just generally if anyone wants to throw in a possible answer. What's wrong with choosing definitions on the basis of them being able to prove what you want? Seems to work out. What's wrong with that? So, How would you feel about eventually making a movie out of Week in Review where you're the main character? Are you not completely opposed to it?
Um, like writing a script. Maybe say making a movie. I don't think week in review. You can make a movie out of Week in Review.
We can make a movie out of Doovid, though.
I mean, you can make a movie out of my life.
Okay, so if you're down for that, I've been thinking in advance because I'm such a great pal. Who could possibly play you? And I came up with some options. Um, Ben Stiller, but long-time fans of the show know I'm a big Ben Stiller fan because of how good he was at portraying Gary Stahl from Permanent Midnight. Then I thought, what about Jerry Stahl himself? But he's too old, probably. But that would have been hilarious because we need someone to convey the epicness of Doovid. So, how tall are you? Just real refresh me. I know you're tall. I just want to know the exact figure.
6 feet. 6 feet.
Right. So
Two
that
hundred
needs to
pounds.
be conveyed
When
in
I was younger, I was like 6 feet, 140 pounds.
damn. When I was younger, I was like 5'10, 155 pounds. You must have been very thin.
Um, I mean, the reality. I mean, you don't have to waste a bunch of time saying like, if there was going to be a movie, the first thing would be a book or an actual script. So my movies are based on scripts. Sometimes scripts are adapted from books, but you'll still have to return to the writing. And even like the who's going to play
Oh,
Doovid
yeah. There's no way we can outsource the script.
is less important than the script. And like obviously, like I'm streaming with Luke, who goes to synagogue with Hollywood writers. Um, yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. Like if Week in Review was popular enough where people wanted to know more about Doovid, that Doovid wrote a biography. So like I was on Luke this week a bunch of times, and I gave a lot of biographical information. But there would have to be some point where Doovid would be interesting enough that either I would write an autobiography or someone else would write about me. And because there's not that much record of me, I mean, like, someone could go and interview like an unauthorized biography, but they probably have to mostly interview me because I'm not that famous. And even if they, got in contact with a bunch of people I knew, in Israel and New York, it would still probably have to be mostly talking to me. So I think it's pretty
Right.
unlikely. Like, there's not going to be a Duvid movie. If there is, it'd be after, like it'd have to blow up, like much bigger. And I do think I have a little bit of, I do have a pretty interesting bio in the sense that I did things like I went to Israel and New York. I was involved in a bunch of things, but no, I think it's a waste of time even to fantasize about. And goes back to the writing that first there'd have to be a biography of Duvid, and presumably I would be writing my own biography, and there's not enough demand for me to do that. Although in this essay, it was actually Jennifer, I think, gave me the advice was to add more dates and time frames. So I went and redid the multiple truth hypothesis. I made it more autobiographical. And Jennifer also, if there was going to be a movie about Jennifer, like that would be post her biography. I would say almost all
Yeah, maybe
movies.
50 years ago I'd agree with you. But anyway, I got Shia LaBeouf, Adam Sandler, and Christian Slater. I admit that's just personal
Yeah,
sort of
I don't
preference
care. I
for
don't
that
watch
actor.
movies. I don't. I was saying like focus on the writing,
Right.
and you
I was
like
focusing on
movies
Jared
come
Leto's acting career and the
movies
general
come
direction of
after a
movies in
biography.
general and stuff being interesting in Hollywood. And I thought a movie about you would really put things on the right track. But that was just
Well,
my idea.
movie.
We don't
That
have
just
to
makes the
belabor the
point.
point.
Movies come after a biography.
Yeah, in the past, maybe, but this is the present and the future is where we're going, where I just don't see it. The new Dune, I watched that. It's awesome, which prompted me to watch the old Dune, and I was like, awesome. Also, were we going to talk more about the Jesus mythicist thing? It's kind of interesting that he had at least two on his channel, T Jump. There, possibly three within quick succession.
Yeah, I don't think T Jump knows much about history. So, whether he's going to learn and come up with his own conclusions, or the directions, like he doesn't want to keep on repeating flat earth debates or atheism debates, and even to take his atheism to a higher level. Yes, it will. Then why do so many people believe in Christianity? How did it form? How did it, and so, who knows if you say that.
Yeah, it is kind of weird because it's like, why wouldn't you accept that as evidence for God if you're accepting other kinds of evidence that are like the Bible for stuff like science? It does appear to be inconsistent reasoning where there's appears to be special pleading against God.
He has to step his game up. Like his debates have are kind of like repetitive, and so he's got to do the research, and for an atheist debater, the history of Christianity is probably pretty important, one of the major subjects that you would expect him to, if he was going to step his game up, to start learning something about. So it's not surprising if he's not a reader and he learns orally. Maybe he could do it for interviewing a bunch of people.
Could you guys imagine Jared Leto trying to learn to be Doovid and then method acting Doovid? Imagine Jared Leto on Week in Review, like trying to method act Doovid. I know he will fail, but the process of that would be amazing. Anyway, just a thought. I had a couple, let me think here. I'm always trying to distinguish these things, which are terms that end up having, if not equivalent meaning, then their usage gets interchanged a lot. And so, speaking of definitions, I noticed in the chat there that Wave Morpher said definitions are negotiations. And also this conversation I had on the Hegelian server, where a leader there gave the his definition of logic, which I thought was interesting. So it's a method of decomposition, and it's also rules for generating axioms and their dependence relations, and that's like broad, big tent, any type of anything that could exist as a connector between what are sometimes called propositions, but whatever. Evidence is, it's a bit tricky to actually talk about evidence because let's say we're talking about, okay, normally evidence, like the first example I would give if I was teaching this to a 5-year-old, I'd be like, okay, evidence, that's something that your senses can verify, your actual senses. So, like, that you enjoy chocolate ice cream from having eaten it. That's direct evidence. And then there's levels of abstraction on evidence, but there's also data, which is a numerical correspondence to evidence. So the reason this is being decomposed is so that we can see how many levels of abstraction exist between concepts, because meaning is relational between degrees of abstraction, not absolute, defined based on one central point of departure, which is kind of what our subjectivity entices us to think when we are so inclined to think about these things. So the idea with evidence is that it's anecdotes. So that's why it's represented in dots. No matter how strong an experience is, it's always an anecdote, because evidence in the context of science, there has to be metacollation or just collation in the beginning. Sorry, just collation of data to establish that you're not dealing with I'm not sure what they call it, like a fluke, miscalibration, misinterpretation. Goes to the replicability. So a single instance of evidence can never serve as a proof. But we have to be careful here because the term evidence, if we want to actually have a consistent definition of science, okay, let's take the example of computer science. What does that mean for somebody to be a computer scientist? They are testing out hypotheses about code and then building up code base to algorithms and so forth. And they're doing that on a trial and error basis. So they are gathering evidence, and the evidence is, well, does this thing compile? How fast does it compile? So you can see that, yeah, you could say perhaps that it is a derivative science because you're not the computer accessing its proper states directly. So it's not actual empirical evidence in the sense that it's directly validated by your own senses, but it's still evidence in the sense that it's causing the models to look the way they do. So if I put something on that should be a number and I say, well, I tell it to expect a letter, bad example, but it's not going to it's not going to compile basically. And then finally we have a proof. And here's another important thing because proof always gets mixed up with either logic or evidence. So people think because the logic is there, that's a proof. Something doesn't prove shit, except that you can tell yourself stuff that sounds consistent. And evidence is never a proof. A single instance of evidence can be a disproof, but even that, interpretational attributes, so it can't always, you have to be careful. But the only thing that can happen directly is that a proof can be, something can be disproven by means of a single anecdote. Things cannot be proven by means of a single anecdote. A proof exists, and it's built out from what are understood to be synthetic concepts, which we can reference as axioms or something like an axiom. And so I put the picture there to sort of show the connection between logic and, or my understanding of the logic, proof, and evidence. So that was that. And okay, that was about probably it. Oh, wait. Getting close to, let's see here. I just wanted to switch the screen. Daryl says evidence implies a conclusion. That depends on your definition of evidence. So I think a hypothesis might imply some outcomes, but I don't think that I don't think evidence necessarily implies any kind of conclusion, unless you want to say, well, if you gathered evidence, the conclusion is you're able to gather evidence. Okay, anything other than a completely tautological conclusion here, because I'm very pretty much sympathetic to the notion of gathering evidence a-conclusionally and actually seeing the virtue in attempting to inhibit the tendency to form conclusions due to the level of bias that they impose. So I would hope that one wouldn't assume evidence implies a conclusion off the bat. Because if evidence implies a conclusion, that's sort of saying that science is not very mind independent, perhaps. If anyone's interested in a breakdown of the QRI, all right, it's just loading blank screen now. If anyone's interested in the QRI,
let's start off with
chat
with ontology.
okay.
And
Let's see here. It's quite long, and I enjoyed it. So if anyone wants to check it out, I'll put it in the. There we go. Back to internet share. There we go. So I got. I would definitely watch the whole thing, and it was a great conversation, and looking forward to seeing where it goes. I don't know if you checked this one out, Doovid. The Qualia Research Institute. If you're interested in that at all.
I didn't watch that last one, but yeah, I watch them usually. I like more of the presentations than the conversations, so I might skip this one. I usually watch their presentations.
It was pretty informal, but it was interesting because a lot of the concepts that we talk about came up, and sort of nice to have a little bit of an intro. Whoops. Yeah, so we can go over your essay. I guess that's about all I have for week in review because I was pretty much just working on my own writing all week. So I would like, I know it's not great, but at least I hope the information is a little bit more clear in it. And I would like to put it in a structured form. I just don't know what kind of a structure would make sense.
Well, I mean, paragraphs.
Well, to me, it is in paragraphs. So I've got Wikipedia defines object permanence as the understanding that objects continue to exist even when they can't be sensed. This essay will discuss the importance of calibrating naturally arising beliefs surrounding object permanence. Oh yeah, you wanted to go over your essay first, didn't you?
Yeah, I'll move back to my desk so I could open up your essay. So,
Okay, where are we starting?
did you want to read it?
I can read either one. Which one are you thinking?
The origins and basics of the multiple truth hypothesis.
All right. I don't know if I can do the whole thing, but I'll start it. Common link on my blog. MTH can stand alone as a mental technique for chess. I've been mentioning.
The chess server requires not just the title, but like a little header there. So because this is on the chess server, I tried to put something about chess. And this was my second essay that I just put on review and didn't put on the chess server. So I made some edits, and now all of my essays are up on the chess server. And hopefully this will help give me like a little narrative voice structure for the self essay, because it's becoming a big essay. I got to develop my narrative voice that makes it easier to to write or talk about this stuff. So I have that in mind when we're reading through this.
Daryl asks what CMB is evidence of. It's evidence, period. It's a datum. And then you can go from there. I've been mentioning my multiple truth hypothesis for a few years now, trying to formalize it as a proper philosophical theory. I have much higher hopes for the idea than the current state of my ability to express. Currently, MTH is more a mental technique that I use to understand complicated ideas and convey to others, help understand complex topics. MTH originates from my mental struggles in interface, combined with a lifetime of thinking about paradoxes and challenging ideas in science, mathematics, politics, religion, culture, spirituality, cosmology, eschatology, and more. In order to clarify my thoughts and share with others, I will briefly describe the origins of how I came up with the multiple truth hypothesis, a basic understanding of what MTH is, and the practical uses of MTH to understand complex ideas in a world full of apparent contradictions. The multiple truth hypothesis evolved from my struggles with contradictions in my identity. Biographically, I self-identify as a Hasidic Jew since studying in yeshiva in Israel and New York City in the late 1990s and early 2000s, both Talmud and Hasidus. I always had a wide array of intellectual interests, including a love of mathematics and physics. I attended university originally intending to prepare for medical school, path of my father, a medical doctor. eventually earning a degree in general studies from the University of Michigan. I'm a voracious reader, and my whole life, everywhere I go, I carry books with me to read. I have a large and constantly growing library with a hunger for all forms of knowledge on basically any subject. The largest factor in my thought is my identity as a Hasidic Jew, something hard for others to understand. This leads to constant debates and conversations, both friendly and unfriendly, about theological and religious issues, from evolution to proof of GD, proof of the soul, Zionism, the Holocaust, scripture, Jewish sectarianism, as well as more spiritual topics like the nature of prayer, miracles, transcendence, messianic movements, eschatology, eventually leading me to interfaith. Due to my large number of affiliations and pursuits, it's always been difficult to hold everything together, usually not even mentioning most of my interests to family, friends, and colleagues who share only a few common interests. Many of these pursuits have been the focus of my life and energies for brief periods of time, then relegated to the back of my mind for years. About 10 years of living as a Hasidic Jew, I became formally involved in various forms of communal leadership, including event organizations slash promotion, community liaison, and interfaith. Interfaith was the most powerful motivation in the creation of the multiple truth hypothesis. My first interfaith experience was with Muslims while studying at Stony Brook SUNY around 2005. I read multiple versions of the Quran, visited mosques, and read tens of books about Islam, and spoke countless hours with Muslim friends and colleagues about the similarities and differences between Judaism and Islam. After a few years, I became comfortable with the points where Judaism and Islam converge and diverge, which axioms are shared, and where there appears to be irreconcilable differences. Due to circumstances, I started to represent the Hasidic community to our Muslim neighbors in Brooklyn and New York City. New York City being a multicultural center, I quickly expanded my circles to Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, Native American traditions, and more. The most interesting aspect to me of interfaith is what I call comparative eschatology, understanding the various beliefs we share about what will happen at the end of days. Having a systematic mind, I learn the many beliefs about what will happen at the end of days, comparing what aspects are the same and different. Often I found myself facilitating conversations on comparative theology with all types of people. These early experiences of interfaith, starting with Jewish and Muslim community, formed the precursors to the multiple truth hypothesis. Interfaith and communal activities for the Hasidic community laid the mental foundation for what has become the multiple truth hypothesis. Even though at the time I had not yet coined the term, but in my own head, I systematically worked out the major axioms for various religions and how the beliefs compare, what is similar and what is different, patterns for how people look at and understand different issues. The Spinel framework was not only useful in interfaith and representing the Hasidic community, but for living in New York City and dealings with all different types of peoples and diverse communities. After failing to finish my degree in linguistics, I started working in New York City. My study of science was limited to reading books on science, psychology, and philosophy, and thinking about the nature of consciousness. Around 2010, I returned to Southfield, Michigan, and finished my degree in the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, focusing on physics and engineering. I continued to help represent the Jewish community, including active involvement in interfaith networks. Of course, I'm always learning new things about different belief systems and trying to systematize new information. What has become the multiple truth hypothesis is simply a formulation of the method I use to remember and organize large amounts of data and understand complex, multifaceted issues without getting them mixed up, mostly as a mental or memory technique. The catalyst for formalizing the multiple truth hypothesis as a formal theory was streaming on the internet. I started my YouTube page, Doooovid, in 2012 to promote Judaism, interfaith chess, and other activities in Metro Detroit, and started live streaming in 2018. Through the power of the internet and social media, I was able to reach a much larger audience and have global dealings while remaining in one place. Streaming was also my first major experience in public speaking, many times speaking to a large, active, paying online audiences. Although I academically studied science and work as a civil engineer, it was my debate with Jean-François Guéhiépy on evolution that rekindled my passion for science and philosophy. Internet blood sports, no rules debate, opened me to a much larger network of people, many more familiar with the full Western canon of science and philosophy. Can you take over here? My voice is just getting a little tired.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
It's great so far, and I definitely have comments. Like, especially, like, I think I could actually help make it better. So, yay!
There's always more edits that could be done, but pump out a product, and I edited it quite a few times, and I even had my mom look at it, and just reading it out loud. A lot of times you come up with more edits, but online I was constantly in front of large audiences arguing about all sorts of topics. Judaism was the most common topic, often to non-Jewish audiences, largely unfamiliar and many times hostile. To understand Judaism, one needs to understand Pilpul and the Talmudic approach, where every question has multiple answers. And to understand the issue, one must understand various schools of thoughts with competing understandings on the issue. I often quote Sir Isaac Newton: the definition of intelligence is to hold multiple conflicting ideas in your head at the same time, something very difficult for most people to achieve without training. Regularly debating, giving cultural commentary, and trying to explain complicated concepts, people notice and call out contradictions in my answers. Like in yeshiva studies, I would attempt to explain that the contradictions are not actually contradictions, minus my mistakes, because there are multiple ways to look at the issue, and the contradiction is between various schools of thought on complicated, multifaceted issues that remain unresolved. I started to formalize the multiple truth hypothesis to explain to people how I grapple with complicated issues and as a method to teach others to develop deeper understanding. I teamed up with Church of Entropy for a Sunday night program, Week in Review, giving me a venue to delve deeper into science and spirituality. Week in Review of Church of Entropy gave me encouragement to fully develop my ideas and a venue to formalize the multiple truth hypothesis as a proper theory. I noticed that the type uncertainty around interfaith and comparative eschatology also exists in philosophy and science. My template for dealing with interfaith might have used in formal philosophy, even science and mathematics. On Week in Review, we discuss the science of consciousness, but also mathematics and physics. Almost every complex idea has multiple major competing theories for which I apply MTH. Publicly pontificating about theology, science, psychology, philosophy, and more, I'm constantly mentioning multiple truth hypothesis. Then came COVID-19 and the shutdown of society. Lockdowns gave me substantial free time to return to my studies and catch up on my reading. I was able to return to many subjects I thought I would never have the time for. With the encouragement of Church of Entropy, I started to formally develop multiple truth hypothesis as a theory. I made some streams on my YouTube channel about MTH. Multiple truth hypothesis is a method to deal with uncertainty and search for truth, even in situations of high uncertainty. The general structure of multiple truth hypothesis can used, say I have some small typos here, can be used for any mental pursuit with multiple competing concepts. The premise is simple, like my early experiences interfaith. Break the various ideas into the axioms. Should we break down the various ideas into axioms? Recognize the axioms that are that are the same, similar, different, and even contradictory. From the various axioms, analyze the type predictions that the axioms make and the differences and conclusions that the difference in axioms cause. One of the main benefits of MTH is understanding where competing theories will produce the same or different conclusions. Generally, all theories with adherents have explanatory power, at least narrow areas where that specific theory appears to have the best explanatory power. The multiple truth hypothesis presumes that there is some amount of truth to most theories. This allows various theories to provide explanatory power to certain phenomena better than or equal to competing theories, even though even enough truth to allow theories to retain at least some following. Using the multiple truth hypothesis, we can have a deeper understanding of any idea that has multiple competing theories, each with a certain amount of explanatory power. Over a series of essays and hopefully eventually scientific articles and a book, I will develop the foundation of the multiple truth hypothesis further. I hope this will help the spiritually and intellectual advancement of those who take MTH seriously. My essays will eventually become chapters in my upcoming book on the multiple truth hypothesis. Many fields and theories that have concepts to deal with partial truths and explanatory power in multiple competing theories. Over the next year, I plan an exhaustive historical review or on various fields in science, theology, philosophy, and psychology that have similar ideas to MTH. These include ideas from psychology such as self and identity formation and chunking theory, from physics, the multiverse, wave equation, and probability curves, and from computer science, machine learning algorithms, most notably the truth discovery function. I will analyze these areas with complex competing theories, showing where MTH can help advance research, most notably consciousness. I will also show how MTH can be used to advance the current understanding of the philosophy of science. MTH will have multiple forms, including symbolic logic, an algorithm for machine learning truth discovery function, chess analysis, a memory technique to help efficiently chunk information, a philosophical formulation, and a general method to help understand complex ideas. Presently, without formulation, the multiple truth framework has immediate uses as a memory technique and for understanding complex, multifaceted issues that we all deal with daily, besides more abstract intellectual pursuits. Stay tuned for more. So I saw I had a reasonable amount of typos there. That's an advantage of reading it out loud. A lot of times typos.
I didn't notice those, and I text to speeched it several times, so I'm surprised. I didn't note some typos to you, I think. I actually find it hard to like read stuff that's that much text per paragraph. The words kind of run together somewhat. So I like the text to speech because then I can follow it and it's in a nice soothing voice and it's all very good. So I was thinking for your essay, like not to change this one, but as an idea for being in character, talking about the emotional motive to reconcile different things under a single understanding. Like maybe that motivation is sets you apart from other people. I don't know if that's
um,
true, but maybe
yeah,
for
well, this one
context.
was biographical because it's saying the origins, and it's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and so it's biographical. Uh, intellectual history.
Yeah, I'm saying we should go a little deeper in the biographical bit to find the emotional core of the character. I.e., are there like any times where you were super confused about something and it bothered you for a long time after and you thought about it for a long time?
Well, yeah, I mean, constantly. And that was the nature of yeshiva studies, and that's why I mentioned the yeshiva studies, where you really spend years or long periods of time, hours every day, wrestling with complicated issues.
Yeah, so what about an anecdote that summarizes the vibe? Because for like, it's either the turning point, which is, oh, this thing happened and I couldn't stop thinking about it for years and it was always in the back of my mind, or it's the kind of collation of it was the same thing through so many different things and it was happened so many times that we'd want to just distill out sort of the archetypal time, the quintessential time, sort of one time where it happened that all of the other one times it happened could be similar to. Did you follow that? I don't know if you would have an example like that?
Well, I put it. I'm saying interfaith with Muslims. Um,
It would
in
have to
debating.
be. It would have to be an anecdote. It would have to be specific. It would have to be like my buddy, Jim was da 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 and da 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 da. It would have to be an actual. Like these are all fine, but there's no specific example, and it's unrelatable subjectively to have one or the other. Either, like I said, the turning point or the archetypal saturation where it's like, oh, that thing, it's just so you when it happens. Whereas for you, like, I don't feel like you have a turning point where MTH was not there and then it was there.
How it happened.
Well,
Kind of
it's worth thinking about it. I mean, you may not have the answer right now, but in terms of his salience, like, I think it's pretty easy to agree that one of those two would be salient. I mean, we want to be truthful, but a lot of times you can look back in your life and find turning points that put you on a path that ended up being a huge cause of change, like moving, something like that. Obviously, moving is a bad example. I'm talking about the intellectual equivalent of moving. Like for some people might be, well, I became an atheist. And when that happened, everything sort of changed. Bad example. I know it doesn't apply to Doovid, but that's just wanted to give the example so as not to bias his estimation of things. So yes or no on the anecdote? Because it's anecdotes either way, just saying.
Yeah, I try to keep it a little impersonal just because the world's a pretty unfriendly place, and it's unclear. Like the value proposition who I'm sharing this with. So I tried to keep it relatively impersonal. Besides for
So you don't want to share too many personal details because it's not worth it. So you want to keep it impersonal. So you don't want it as good as it could be in terms of being compelling. You want it to be keeping your privacy.
well, I have to have more value proposition to
Okay.
of who my target audience is, and I think like on the chess server or whatever, people are probably pretty critical of me, and so try to keep it more formal and impersonal. If I had a more friendly or interesting audience, a bigger audience, like on the chess server, um, I don't have that big of an audience, period. And on the chess server, saying it's a relatively hostile audience, like it's a French server. Um, I don't know who most of these people are. They're people from all over the world. So you try to
You
aiming for.
realized you could give an example that changed the personal details that wouldn't actually identify anyone.
Yeah, I could, but that's. I mean, this probably the most personal of all the essays I've written, and so I don't think we try to make it even more personal.
So that's
Uh,
how it feels when you ask me to make the changes on my essay. Okay. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying
No,
that
I don't.
that's
But
how
I
I
mean, that
feel.
might be how you feel.
And
But
you feel the same. And I'm saying just to let you
I
know,
don't ask
I
you to
think
write like more personal notes or details
they
or
feel
sources.
like personal anecdotes or details to me.
I'm telling you, just like
I know it
basic,
doesn't feel like that to
basic,
you, but that's how
basic
it
writing.
seems to me. That's how it seems to me. I'm just explaining that that's how it seems to me.
Well, there's if critiquing the writing, if you're making a suggestion, okay, like suggestion noted, and no, I'm probably not going to do that. I have my reasons. Versus you're saying like there's a blatant deficiency in my writing. There's an edit or a
No, it's
problem.
fine. There's no deficiency. It's just about making it as good as it could be. Would involve archetype or anecdote, because otherwise it's not relatable. And I'm not telling you have to put anecdotes in there. I'm just saying that it's as hard for me to put an anecdote as it is to expand these essays past being bullet points. Not that I don't want to do it, it's just very hard. But I don't think anyone who is good faith would deny that personal anecdotes put asses in the seats and make people interested in the subject matter because they can relate to the main character. You know, it all goes to having a, what was it? Narrative voice, which is connected to, but not equal to, the narrative arc, which Doowovid has taught us. Thankfully, over the weeks. But yeah, I think you could probably shorten that to about half its length and still convey the same idea. Don't you think it's a bit long? Because if you're not going to go into personal anecdotes, you've sort of said many times the same thing that you came up with it doing interfaith. Did it seem a bit clunky, maybe?
You could use a little bit more editing, but it's about 2,000 words. I'm not sure. I mean, presumably this one would be lengthened. Like this would be like the introduction in my book, and it would probably end up much longer. I might end up including more things in it, but as of now,
Like I was trying to think of it in terms of scenes from the movie, and one of them is you're driving someone somewhere, and it's just like, you know, God forbid, one of the most awkward situations ever, but sort of low key hilarious. That's what I was thinking of. And it's like cloudy out. Were you in a car that had bulletproof doors?
no, I don't think ever.
Okay. I was just wondering. Well, Daryl loves your essay, so there you go. That's great. There's one talented writer on the show. Apparently, 1 in 10 people. I don't know if it's Scandinavia or Norway or one of those countries. Sorry, like something like 1 in 10 people is a published author. So I guess they spend a lot of time on that particular form of self improvement. So yeah. How many hours is that writing class anyway?
The what?
Well, you suggested I take a writing class. How many hours is that? The one you were.
I mean, the teaching company, most of them are 24 half-hour lectures, 12 hours.
I think I'm afraid to do it because it's like, what if I do it and then I still suck? I still suck at writing. What then?
Well, it's just a basic skill you should acquire.
What if I can't acquire it? Do you really think everybody can learn every skill? Like if somebody came here to teach me the violin, they would leave probably not in a very good mood.
It's like my mom never. You learn algebra, maybe like a tiny bit of geometry. You didn't take math past high school, but no, I mean, writing is usually considered a requirement. Most university that you should be able to write an essay. It's you're stressed as a necessity, like as a basic requirement for getting ahead and for being functioning in society.
It's really not, though.
No, it is.
Most people who are writers don't make money off it. So being a proficient writer doesn't really predict success at all. I'd put it quite low on the predicting of success-ometer. It's a rare skill.
It's a necessity. It's almost a required skill for any profession.
Well, the topic, I'm sure I could
Almost
write
all
an essay
professions.
for a topic that was not, this is a very abstract topic. So how to put it in an essay form is a bit of a quandary for me, because it's like, it should just, I don't want to say be a list, but it should be a list like, I don't know if you want to pull up Satyarth Prakash that has a literal list of 100 names of God in the first chapter or what. But to me, the first sentence here on the concrete form, it's a definition, but it's a justified definition. So the mind orders impressions into memories and memories into an ego. Ordered unification is the fundamental process of mind. So that's a definition. But it's also an explanation. So I'm already sort of confused. And then what do I explain that I'm going to put an explanation? Do I need to explain that I'm putting a definition for mind in the paragraph somehow? Hello?
Yeah, once I'm just trying to make a few of these edits.
Okay.
Forgot the last edit.
Chad asked if you play audiobooks.
Now I usually just do courses.
Like audiobooks as opposed to hard copy books.
No, I don't do audiobooks. When I read, I don't do audio. I don't do audiobooks.
Doooovid does not do audiobooks. Good to know.
Okay. So okay, so I'm looking at your precautionary panpsychism.
Yeah.
Okay, the introduction. So on the chess server, it doesn't allow me to indent the first line of the paragraph. I'm looking at your Word document, like you should indent, the paragraph. There should, hit the tab and indent the first line of the paragraph. Sometimes, so the chess server doesn't allow me to. The blog thing doesn't seem to allow me to do that. I think
I honestly find it hideous aesthetically. I hate it. I just needed to get that off my chest.
What basic paragraph form and indenting the first?
I think it's because my paragraphs suck that I don't want to put a paragraph indent, because it's like, this isn't even good enough to bear the mark of a paragraph because it sucks so bad. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah,
just had to get that off my chest.
Well, I'm saying just basic format. So it's saying like if you should do that. I think your first sentence, Wikipedia defines object permanence as the understanding that objects continue to exist even when they cannot be sensed, should be your second sentence. So your introduction, the very first sentence the definition you shouldn't open up your essay with the definition. You maybe, like the theme, the statement. So the first sentence, this essay will discuss the importance of calibrating naturally rising beliefs surrounding object permanence. And then you can put the second sentence, the definition of object permanence. If that makes sense to you.
I was just trying to write this down. So you're thinking Wikipedia isn't in the right place. It should just start with this essay. I'm not even sure if Wikipedia should be in there. I just thought it was interesting to include that, but.
Well, I'm saying that the first sentence should be the second sentence.
I know. And then what should happen to the first sentence?
you just Control C. Like if I was editing it, I would.
Where would I Control V it?
After permanence. So this essay will discuss the importance of calibrating naturally rising beliefs surrounding object permanence. Wikipedia defines object permanence as the understanding that objects continue to exist even when they cannot be sensed.
Yeah, so just switch them. Switch 1 and 2. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, even just the logical flow. I mean,
Yep.
first of all, that the very first sentence of the essay, it said like put the convention part, the word compounding convention at the end, or
Okay.
or you could like the first place you use it, like sense making. I think you could just delete it. You don't need it at all, but you put it at the end, or you could put like a asterisk.
So
And
you think
then
it's already self-evident to have the line between words as to what the meaning of that is?
word compounding convention, where greater than conventional dependence exists between the meaning of sequential words, a hyphen is included between them. Process consciousness is not the process of consciousness, it is consciousness understood as a process.
Yeah. So
I mean, you definitely don't want to put that at the beginning.
that's fine.
I mean, you could put that at the end if you think it's needed. Probably the proper format, maybe the first time you do it, would be to put like an asterisk and then at the bottom of the page in smaller print, a note. Some of these are standard format type things. So, but you definitely don't have it at the beginning, and you
Got
may
it.
not.
I've got that. I made a note of that. I definitely will put it at the end.
Okay, or okay. So it's
Are you saying I should just get rid of it?
I think you just get rid of it. I don't think it adds that much.
I just thought people would get confused by the lines. Anyway,
Well,
in
I
the
mean,
chat, can you
they-
let me know in the chat if I should explain why I'm putting lines between words? Because it does seem to me, at least, to make a difference that they're being linked in the same concept, or more.
you know, saying like
more
sense
linked.
making,
Yeah.
as opposed to dependence exists between the meaning of sequential words, a hyphen included between them. So in this sense, it's not.
Sense meaning wouldn't necessarily lend
It's
itself,
not
like
the
not
sense.
all things lend themselves to this type of connectivity in my understanding of it, so I'm only doing it for certain things.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm unsure. I mean, it's not clear even. So like you put at the beginning, I'm not even really understanding what you
okay,
mean by
well, when
it.
it comes up, I'll explain it, okay? Because it's in it, so I'll just explain it, but I'll still put it at the end.
Yeah, I mean, don't have it at the beginning. So they're just like
Yeah,
it's
that's fine.
confusing. It's confusing. It makes it harder to understand, and
Sure.
so the first sentence should not be your first sentence.
That's been switched, and
So I
the
mean, you could
explanation
have
about
it
the
as your.
lines.
I mean, you need more editing, but like just simple. You could make the first sentence the second sentence. Then it flows. This essay will discuss the importance of calibrating naturally rising beliefs surrounding object permanence. Wikipedia defines object permanence as the understanding that objects continue to exist even when they cannot be sensed. So just as your basic paragraph form, certainly the first sentence of your essay should clearly say what the essay is about, and the first sentence of a paragraph should say what the paragraph is going to be about. So the
Uh-huh.
definition is um, goes in the middle of the paragraph. Not that you don't open the paragraph. So you open, saying this essay, then the second sentence, and then okay. So first, the concrete form is explored as a component of the process of sense making, namely how it fuels. I wouldn't use it. I mean, generally, what I said, avoid pronouns, use pronouns as sparsely as possible. So, I mean, it means sense making here. First, the concrete form is explored as a component of the process of sense making, namely how
Yeah, that would be the concrete form. So you want me to replace it with the concrete form. John,
yeah, I
I
mean,
wish we could not sound like know-it-all, but I think it sort of comes with the territory when you're talking about philosophy. It ends up sounding for you a little bit. But yes, please go ahead.
yeah. So whatever, like I said, your problem with um, ambiguous pronouns. So here's a perfect example of it. That
Good point.
so if it's concrete form, namely how concrete forms fuel, or is it concrete form fuels essential misattribution, or namely how concrete forms, or a concrete form. So you have to think
It's
about the grammar.
the concept of concrete forms, not any particular concrete form, any concrete form.
And I think I mean, if you have a desire not to use I, it makes it harder to flow. So first,
I don't see how I can fit into this. Because to me it's just a
because
description.
first, and you're still obfuscating by not following subject verb object form. So
You're
I mean, if I'm
basically saying your manner of speech is too formal.
no, it's not too formal. It's just improper. It's not more formal to make it um, object verb. That doesn't make it more formal. It's just incorrect. It should be subject verb. So first,
And
the
you're saying I
concrete.
have to put an I in there for it to be subject verb. Okay, so we've got
Yeah, because it's I, as the narrator, will explore the concrete form. So
I
here you have
will
concrete
explore the
form
concrete
is
form.
explored by whom?
The paragraph.
Well, I mean, by you.
Well, I'd like to think it's the paragraph, but I
No,
understand what
it's
you're saying.
you.
I just wouldn't want to
And
presuppose
I'm
things
not,
with
and
veto.
not like you telling you to add an antidote. It's saying use the word I. First, I explore the concrete form. I'm not like telling you have to tell an antidote or a story. Just saying it's proper English. First, I will explore the concrete form. And it said, I mean, and if you don't want to, if for some reason you're
I
allergic
can
to
give
the
it a
word
try.
I,
I don't mind giving it a try.
it would be like this essay, but you don't repeat this essay. So this essay will discuss, and I mean, you could say I will discuss. So you have this essay. I will discuss. In this essay, I will discuss the importance of calibrating. And first,
Okay.
I explore in your. I mean, these. It's a bad tense. So I mean, everything's wrong about this in multiple ways. Like it should be subject, verb, object. You have this weird tense. First, the concrete form is explored to just either I will explore or I explore. First, I explore or I will explore the concrete form. You try to be consistent. So if you want to have it in the present or the future tense, so it'd be probably the present tense is fine. First, I explore the concrete form as a component to the process of sense making, namely how the concrete form fuels essential misattribution. So these are just like the basic deficiencies in your writing that once you get past, it'll be a lot more sensical. You can focus on what you're saying. But like I said, the subject verb form, not using these past tense. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
I mean, the past tense here doesn't make sense. Or if it does, it creates a weird voice.
Where are we looking here? Where's in the past tense? Are we still on the intro, or have we moved on to concrete form?
I'm still on
No.
the intro. The concrete form is explored as a component of the process of sense making. So I'm saying there's two essential errors in this sentence. One
So that's
is
no
that
past tense in there.
that shouldn't be past tense and
Where is it past tense?
explored.
Will be explored is future tense.
I'm reading it here. First, the concrete form is explored.
Yeah, that's present tense.
No. Explored.
John Williams agrees with me. Was explored would be past tense. Is
Yeah, but
explored
it's
is
a
present tense.
participle. It's I forget the exact what they call like gerund or present past participle.
Well, John said use a gerund. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I don't know any technical English.
Well, I was saying it's bad. You
Yeah,
say first,
that's good.
I will explore the concrete form. So it shouldn't be explored. First, I will explore the concrete form. There's just something wrong with it. Saying that, like, I mean, um,
It's formal.
it's not formal. It's
No,
wrong.
explored is not an adjective here. Explored is a verb in the
It's
present
not
tense.
formal. It's wrong.
Right.
Whatever
Whatever.
you have there is just wrong. First, I will explore the concrete form as a component of the process of sense making, namely how the concrete form fuels essential misattribution. Have there's wrong. If what I said is what you mean, you could use that or you could use something like that, but whatever you have there's wrong.
The concrete form is explored as a component of the process of sense making.
Is
Are we
wrong.
okay at that point?
No, there's two problems with it. That it's explored shouldn't have is explored. That's not a tense you should be using.
Why not? If something is explored in a document, isn't that good? If a document explores a concept, isn't that what you want it to do? Like, to me, this is the way it should be written, but I understand it sounds awkward, maybe. So I'm fine to
Yeah,
reword it.
I'm guessing that it's because you're trying to avoid using I.
It's not because I'm trying to avoid using I. I just don't see
It's not
why.
more formal when you put the subject, when you put the object before the verb. That's just confusing. It's not formal, it's just confusing and probably just wrong. The object should not be before the verb. And that's why that's why it's coming out is explored because you have the object before the verb. It's just wrong. Don't do that.
Don't put the object before the verb. Gotcha.
I'm not making myself exceedingly clear. Don't put the object before the verb. It's not formal. It's just wrong. Or somehow you're disagreeing with me. You think I'm being an idiot. I'm wrong. I'm picking on something that somehow you think the object belongs before the verb, or that it's a sign of like more formal speech to put the object before the verb.
Well, you said the concrete form is explored as a component of of the process of sense making. You said that's incorrect.
Because the object is before the verb.
Hmm. And to me, that's not a big deal, and the object can be before the verb.
Why? Because you have no
The
education.
floor
Because
is
you never
dusted. Is it
because you never.
incorrect to say the floor is dusted?
It's a grammatical
What about
participle.
QED? Is that incorrect? Quadded that which was intended to be demonstrated?
It's a
Is
tense
that
you should.
incorrect?
It's a tense you should avoid.
Why? Because it's too formal, and I'm saying I want it to be formal. Because
It's not
formal makes it
formal.
harder to
It's
penetrate.
confusing.
Formal can be confusing sometimes.
It's not formal. Putting the object before the verb is not formal. In English, the object belongs after the verb. Subject, verb, object. It doesn't make it formal to put the object before the verb. I mean, we argued about this for an hour last week. We're arguing about it again and just saying it makes your writing hard to understand. And it's just a basic edit that don't put the object before the verb. I mean, you want to keep on arguing about, I mean, you honestly believe that there's some formalism to putting the object before the verb?
I was an interpreter for
For what?
10 years
Of what?
for deaf people in university, where I would type what the professor said. So that taught me how to speak. So, I'm looking it up right now. I have no clue because I didn't actually ever learn technical English. I took one English course. I didn't do very well. I got like I think a B plus. I don't think I could have done better than that. But granted, I wasn't putting much effort into it. It's called inversion. In this case, inversion of the position of the object with the rest of the sentence. It can be used for emphasis of the phrase in first position, and it is correct. It is not unusual. It is unusual, but not exactly rare. So yeah, it's unusual. So fine, I don't mind changing it because it's unusual, but I definitely have a preference for formal writing style.
It's not formal. Stop whatever crap in your head makes you think that this sounds formal. Get that crap out of your head. It's English is subject, verb, object. It doesn't make you sound more smart to put the object before the subject.
Well, you think I'm doing this to sound smart, which is sort of problematic.
Because you're using the word formal and saying you're just you're God forbid your writing sucks and you're on my head. You're like, oh, I'm trying to be formal when you're saying no, you're making basic grammar mistakes. The subject belongs before the verb and the object after the verb. Yeah, I mean, you're poetic. There's a dramatic technique or whatever, but like no, it's not. You're not hitting whatever. If you're trying to use some poetic technique, it's not hitting. And just use proper English subject, verb, object. It's the crap
I feel like it'll sound even more like a list at that point.
That you think putting the object before the verb is more formal.
I'm not doing it because it's formal. That's the way that it makes most sense to write it. But if I put
crap in your head,
I will talk about blah blah blah.
The most sense
this, that,
to put
this.
the object before the verb. How
It's
the hell
going
are
to
arguing,
sound like
you're still
a list.
arguing that you think the object belongs before the verb?
Well, I already showed you it's not a fallacy. It's just not usual. It's not a typical technique, but it is done for emphasis. So, okay.
Just stop doing it. I mean, if you have some poetic technique occasionally, but like in the first sentence, just confusing, and the goal is to be clearly understood. And when you do things like that, it makes you hard to understand, and because people are expecting the basic form: subject, verb, object.
Okay. Then it's going to
So when
sound
you're
like
looking at this, I'm looking, the
fine.
concrete form is exploring the component, but that's not what you're saying, because the object is before the verb. And so I don't know what the hell you're saying, because when I look at this, I want the concrete form to be the subject.
So
So just change it
change it to how the
to
concrete form fuels essential misattribution.
first I will explore
Right.
the concrete form.
I will explore the concrete form as a component of the sense making process, namely how it fuels essential misattribution. Okay.
And then the next sentence, the same thing. Next, object permanence is discussed
Yeah, I get
in
it. I
detail.
will discuss object permanence in detail.
I mean, you could change it up a little bit, but I mean, in your next sentence also, finally, a method to manage the essential misattribution of object permanence is outlined. So if you don't want to you could, but all of these put the object after the verb.
Hmm.
It just creates confusion, because when person reads it, their initial inclination is to think that object permanence is the subject. So when anyone's reading this, first the concrete form is explored. So they then is explored, uh, non-standard form. So they have to go back to think of concrete form as the subject, and so it's a confusion. So all of this you put in standard subject, verb, object form.
But putting I 3 times in the same paragraph doesn't seem a little strange.
No, I mean, I is one of the most commonly used word, and the fact is, I is the subject, because you're the writer, you're the narrator, you're the one who's doing something. You're the one exploring this. You're the one discussing this. You're the one outlining it. First, you explore the concrete form, and then you discuss object permanence, and you outline a method to manage the essential misattribution of object permanence.
Okay, so on to the next part, the concrete form, which the reason I'm putting it first is I sort of have trouble with structure in the sense of ordering, but I think the concrete form is probably the simplest idea in the essay because all the other parts build off it. And I think it's pretty easy to
Yeah, I mean,
just
you're almost
identify
there.
it as, a chair.
You're
A chair
almost there.
has a concrete form.
You almost have a proper introduction. Saying like it's almost a paragraph. I mean, the reality is you could probably combine into a sentence. So it's saying the definition. So this essay will discuss the importance of calibrating naturally arising beliefs surrounding object permanence, Wikipedia defines object permanence as the understanding that objects continue to exist even when they cannot be sensed. First, I will explore the concrete form as a component of the process of sense making, namely how the concrete form fuels essential misattribution. Next, I will discuss object permanence in detail, finally outlining a method to manage the essential misattribution of object permanence.
So you were able to inverse transform my horrific grammar there. It seemed
Well, I'm
like
saying the mind,
you were
in
less
order to
annoyed there. You were able
understand
to
it,
put the I in that.
in
Good.
order to understand it in the first place, someone has to do that.
Mhm.
I mean, even just to think about it, saying that if a person's a native English speaker, they have to be able to do that just to understand what you're saying. Because when a person starts reading, they naturally fit the first noun as the subject. So he's saying first the concrete form, the mind attaches concrete form as the subject, and there's like, oh, is explored. There's like, oh, um, that's a non-standard form, and concrete form is not the subject, it's the object. And then they say, well, what's the subject? So you didn't say what the subject is. So the mind, oh, the subject is you, the author. So it's, you could say it's technically like not like a grammatical error. It's a certain verb form, but it's confusing because then the mind will first think that concrete form is the subject. And then once they realize it's the object, they have to realize that you didn't name the subject and the subject is you, the narrator. So
So
just unnecessary confusion.
the hidden narrator is irritating as a
Well,
style of
it's
writing.
just poor writing.
Okay.
I mean, just accept there's nothing more to it than poor writing. Fix it. It's not formal or anything other than it's just poor writing. Fix it. Okay, the concrete form. Since the mind orders both, I'm not sure if your colon there is correct. Since the mind orders both impressions into unified memories and maybe, I mean, if you have a colon, then it might be semicolons, but I'm not sure. Since the mind orders both impressions into unified memories and individual memories into a unified ego, ordered unification is defined as the fundamental process of mind. So this is also poorly worded. Because the mind orders both impressions into unified memories and individual into unified memories and individual memories into a unified ego, therefore order unification is defined as a fundamental process of mind. I'm not sure if this is sensical. Is it if then? Or it's like if therefore.
The format of that sentence is both is connecting impressions and individual. So impressions into unified memories and individual memories into a unified ego, those are things the mind orders.
Therefore a word is defined.
I guess I could put a therefore after unified ego. So since and then therefore ordered unification is defined as the fundamental process of mind. I omitted the therefore. I suppose I could include it.
And even is it really a therefore you're defining a word, or
Yep.
is defined.
Yeah.
is defined ambiguous here. So you're not really defining. You're saying that
It's defined. I'm giving a justification for why I'm using that definition, and I'm saying that's how I'm defining it. So maybe I need to be more specific.
you may not even need a both or the colon. Since the mind orders impressions into unified memories and individual memories into a unified ego, I don't even see how this ordered unification is defined as a fundamental process of mind.
So there's two examples of ordered unification that the mind does. One of them is collect memories and into a person, and then collect impressions into memories. And those are both ordered unification because it's a single memory in, approximate
It could be
conjunction with the
defined as
temporal sequence of events that cause it to unfold.
it could be defined as a poor word choice. Is classified is so I mean you're not really defining order unification.
Ordered unification is the definition of the fundamental.
But I mean you're not defining order unification. You're
I'm
declaring
not
that
defining it. I'm declaring it as the definition of the fundamental process of mind. So it's not really a definition because it's just saying that I think the fundamental process of mind is ordered unification. It's my opinion. And so, therefore, when I refer to the fundamental process of mind from which the processes of matter are emergent, I'm referring to ordered unification. That's what it means. So, R. Bainsford asked, what's a unified memory? Memories are definitionally unified. Otherwise, they wouldn't make sense. The fact that a memory is recognized as a thing that happened to you in its totality is the property of unification. So the qualities are all through coherence. It is because it's like recognized as such. Memories are recognized as units. A personality is recognized as a unit. Therefore, it's inferred that all the things that comprise the unit are kind of averaged out in a centralization process we can reference very generally as ordered unification. So I could definitely explain that more. So maybe just sort of saying this, like, should I
and
try
it's
to
not a
put that into
properly
the essay?
structured if it's a since then, but it doesn't appear. So I mean maybe you could get rid of the since and just the mind orders both impressions into unified memories and individual memories into a unified ego, period. Ordered unification is defined as the fundamental process of mind. I mean, there's something off with how you're writing that. Like if it's a since, then maybe it has a then, and I'm not sure if it is a then. So you might just be able to delete the since and just the mind orders both impressions into unified memories and individual memories into unified ego, period. Order unification is defined as the fundamental process of mind.
Okay.
Under panpsychism, consciousness is the fundamental process of matter, and so matter is the observable component of mind, and so I'm not sure that you need the and so. Under panpsychism, consciousness is the fundamental process of matter. Matter is the observable component of mind. Observation is the fundamental process of matter. I'm not sure the and so adds anything or helps or
I
or,
guess it's
or
meant to indicate that it's a sequential, it's a series of inferences, but I agree it is awkward.
observation precipitates structures, and therefore structure is defined as a fundamental property of matter.
Is that okay?
I'm not sure it's a therefore. Observation precipitates structure.
Yeah, I guess I'd need to go into that more, but if observation is the fundamental process of matter and observation precipitates structures, then if matter has the property, it's structure.
And I think defined is probably the ill choice of words here. If it's a classification, or because you're the process of mind is the modeling, ordering of concepts with boundaries, unification. Combining the fundamental process of mind with the fundamental property of matter gives structure, order, unification. The concrete form is defined as that which intrinsically bears structure, ordered unification.
Yep. I thought that was a decent definition as well. So I guess I've got two definitions, which is specifically concrete form and then ordered unification defined as the fundamental process of mind.
Wikipedia defines object permanence as the understanding that objects continues to exist even when they cannot be sensed. And then you're using define differently here, that you're not like defining, you're classifying.
So you're making a distinction without a difference. And the people in the chat, I can explain these things till the cows come home. The terms are all chosen to be as close to metaphysical primitives as possible. So if you want to say you don't know what a process is, I'm going to say, okay, go read some philosophy and come back after you've read some philosophy, because it's a primitive. And if you're going to keep trying to recourse primitives into more abstraction, I'm going to ask you, what do you understand about the concept as it is, and why are you trying to get the focus of the conversation off the concept and onto some abstraction tangential to the concept that is actually probably not related to it at all? Yeah. So are you okay with concrete form is defined as that which intrinsically bears structured ordered unification, or should I attempt to frame that more and say, like, why am I defining these terms? Because I don't really want to get lost in why I'm defining a few terms.
I don't think you're defining them. I think you're ordering or classifying them, because you're not really defining them.
Okay, distinction without a difference. What I mean is what I said. That's why I chose the words. Okay? This is exactly why your contributions are worthless, because you're not even trying to think about the ideas, Daryl. You're trying to throw your duty to think about things back onto me, and it's just irksome. What I mean is what I said. If we want to go into that meaning, we can. But to try to infer that there's a you that has a secret meaning behind what I said, that's projection of your own duplicitousness. And I don't really want anything to do with that.
Well, it's a poor word choice, or if you use the word in the introduction differently, like if you're trying to use like a but I mean it's hard to follow. So
Well, you're like, seems like you want to debate me as to whether this is a definition. And it's like, I'm going to refer to it a bunch of times, and that's what I mean when I'm referring to it. So, how is that not a definition? So, should we continue or?
because you're not really defining it, you're classifying it.
Okay, again, distinction without a difference. Just because it seems different to you, you have to establish why it's different. I'm not just gonna take it on faith that it's different. It's not different in my understanding.
You're
If
saying
you believe that it's different, go ahead and say how.
ordered unification is the fundamental process of mind. It's not defined as the fundamental process of mind. You're saying if it is the fundamental process of mind, but your ordered unification has its definition is not the fundamental process of mind. It might be the fundamental process of mind, but ordered unification is would be defined as the definition of what ordered unification means, which would be um, an ordered unification, the structured um, components, similarities or whatever. But you're saying it's the fundamental process of mind. It's not defined as the fun. You're saying it is the
In this
fundamental.
essay, it's defined that way. So I need to make it clear in
Well,
the
it's
essay,
not
it's defined
defined.
that
You're
way.
saying it is.
I am
You're saying,
using it to mean that. The essay defines the term thus. Take your pick. When I reference that term, I mean that.
yeah, I don't think. I think you say ordered unification is the fundamental process of mind. That's not that defined as probably is incorrect and not adding anything. So you just say ordered unification is the fundamental process of mind. Or saying is established as the fundamental principle of mind.
That's a pretty strong assertion because then I'm if okay, hang on. If I'm going to say something's been established as something, I would want to put that at the end of several arguments that were meant to be a corpus of supporting arguments for some greater thesis. Like, I don't think I've really established it as a thesis. I'm saying I can't establish arbitrarily to high extent the validity of a particular metaphysical thesis for a particular definition. So we just stop here as a good starting point and understand that attempting to undermine the premise of a metaphysical primitive is not something that's allowable in my understanding. So if you want to
Yeah, but
be
it's saying
charitable, I believe the word is charitable.
it's your
You have
wording.
to accept my metaphysics in this, not yours.
Was that what you mean by defined? That's saying you, and then what happens if you just take defined as out of there? Ordered unification is
Because
the
because it sounds like I'm making a statement out of nowhere to just assert that. I'm saying here's a property that demonstrates itself twice in a
and then
mental
you have
process.
okay.
Therefore, I'm going to make it by strong induction generalize that as the fundamental property. I can say that it's just that it's going to what is it? Rabbit hole quickly. It sort of spirals out.
Okay, well, I mean, you have the same issue as in the introduction that ordered unification object. So when we look at ordered unification, we want to see it as the subject. So it's not defining, is defined. So if you say really what you're saying, if you put it in simple English, is I define ordered unification as the fundamental process of mind. So you're saying that's really
Okay.
what you're saying here. So I'm misreading this because I want to see order unification as the subject. But you say like, no, I mean you're doing the same object first thing that so ordered unification. What you're saying is I define ordered unification as the fundamental process of mind.
How about because of these commonalities, I define structured or sorry, ordered unification as the fundamental process of mind. How about that?
What I mean, you got to stop doing this object verb thing because that's why I'm looking at this and I want ordered unification to be the subject, but you're saying no, it's the object. So I mean,
Hmm.
that's the problem if you're writing is I can't understand what you're saying because you're putting the object before the verb.
Okay.
It's the same thing. So it's saying if what you're saying is I define ordered unification as the fundamental process of mind, maybe it makes okay, since the mind orders both impressions into unified memories and individual memories into a unified ego, therefore I define ordered unification as the fundamental process of mind. And that's prepositional phrase. So you or
Hey, if that works for you and it makes it so that you can get through the sentence in less than 25 minutes, I'm happy.
well, you got to stop this object verb stuff.
Okay.
I mean, it's painful to read your writing with this object verb stuff. So it's like every sentence, it's painful because I'm thinking that the object is the subject, and then I'm trying to understand. Oh, maybe it's really so. I mean, you got to stop doing that. And so I thought defined was the problem, and I mean it is the problem, but it's not the problem because the word defined is poor word choice. It's the problem that you have a poor tense and object verb structure. Because it might make sense if you had since the mind orders both impressions into unified memories and individual memories into unified ego, I define ordered unification as the fundamental process of mind.
Sounds good.
Under panpsychism, consciousness is the fundamental process of matter. Matter is the observable component of mind, and observation is the fundamental process of matter. Observation precipitates structure,
Sorry,
and
where are we in this? I'm sorry.
I'm still the concrete form.
Okay.
And it's saying like you really wasted like half of hour of my time because you're putting object verb. I mean, it's just like a stress of mental effort for nothing. You wasted half an hour of my time by using this object verb format. I
I
don't I don't know
will
if you
attempt to
understand
do it.
that. Or it's
I
saying like
I think I'm starting to get it.
stop doing object verb. I literally just wasted half of my time completely misreading what you said because I thought that the object is the subject because you're using improper format or whatever the hell you're doing.
I'm sorry. It was not my intention to confuse you. Okay?
So just stop doing it. Subject goes before the verb. Object goes after the verb. Observation precipitates structures, and therefore structure. I'm the same. I define structure as the fundamental property of matter. The process of
Uh,
mind is the modeling of
that's
concepts of
actually a
numbers.
that I don't define that. That definition is a consequence of defining of the first definition. So, if the fact that it's a consequence is too obscure to explain, I suppose I could say I define it, but technically the definition follows because the logic is mind first, matter emergent from mind. So the fundamental process of mind and the fundamental process of matter, the fundamental process of matter would be emergent from the fundamental process of mind. And if
Yeah, I
we're
don't
talking
even
about
think defined is the right
the
word
first
here in
property that
general.
arises from the fundamental process,
Yeah, I
um,
don't even think defined.
it's technically an implied truth.
Yeah, so I
It's
don't
not
think
a
it's
definition, but okay, yeah, you want to call it a
if it's
definition, fine.
implied, then it's implied. It's not defined.
Well, it's an implied
Observation,
definition. Yeah, okay.
I mean, the object being before the verb is confusing enough, but I think that defined is a poor word choice. So if it's implies instead of defined, so if you're saying that since the mind orders both impressions into unified memories and individual memories into unified egos, implying ordered unification is the fundamental
Yeah. You could say it implies
process of
it.
mind.
Yeah, it implies it because you have 2
Don't
examples
you
of
say, I'm saying
eh,
that this is edits you should make to your writing so it's
thanks.
intelligible.
Okay, thanks.
So I mean, defined appears like a word, poor word choice, implies maybe would make more sense. Under panpsychism, consciousness is the fundamental process of matter. Matter is the observable component of mind. Observation is the fundamental process of matter. Observation precipitates structures, and therefore implying structure is the fundamental property of matter.
Does that sound
Process of,
good to you? Because that sounds good to me. Thanks. Great.
well, I mean, maybe next week. I mean, at this point, I just have a headache, uh, because your object verb. I mean, next week, if you fix the grammatical, then I could focus on what you're actually saying, as opposed to it's like I'm translating Pig Latin or something like that, just to try to hear what you're saying. But yeah, I mean, if you fix these basic grammatical things, then I could try to understand what you're actually saying.
Okay.
So I mean, let's just get through this. And it's saying at this point, I'm probably just gonna have to focus on like the grammatical errors, um, and then you're gonna have to fix it, and then I'll look back and see if I can make sense of it minus the grammatical errors. Combining the fundamental process of mind with the fundamental property of matter gives structured, ordered unification, and so the concrete form is defined as that which intrinsically bears structured order unification.
Yep.
Combining the fundamental process of mind with the fundamental structured ordered unification. Therefore, concrete form intrinsically bears structured order unification. I don't think this is defined as adding anything. It's just therefore concrete form is that which intrinsically bears structured order unification. I think you just X like the is defined. It just is.
Um, okay. I guess I could put the argument that
It's not is defined, it just is. Therefore, concrete form is that which intrinsically bears structured ordered unification. It's not is defined, it just is that which intrinsically bears structured order unification.
I guess I was thinking to add that
It's not defined, it is. It's not is
I'm
defined,
talking
it
about
just
adding
is.
something that it's a simultaneous property process of the matter and mind.
But you're not creating a definition, you're creating a logical structure. So it's not therefore it's defined as therefore it is that which intrinsically bears structured order unification. You're lessening what
I want to
uh,
lessen it. I want to lessen it. I don't want it to seem dictatorial. I want it to be. I'm a
if it
libertarian.
logically flows, it doesn't logically flow that it's defined as, it logically flows that it is. I did this whole proof so I could define the word in a certain way. Like, no, you did the whole proof so you could demonstrate that this is that which intrinsically bears structured order unification. You don't need a proof to define something. If you want to define something, you just define it. You don't need to make a proof to define it. It just
I think if I'm going to define a term, I should probably justify why I'm using that definition. That's just me.
you justify, but you don't prove. You like therefore it's in saying that if it's standard and saying it's not that it's defined, it's that it is.
Well, you realize that if something is something, it's also defined as that thing, right? So that's pretty much not a contradiction. And you're saying it's weaker, and I'm saying I want it to be weaker. Is it okay if I choose a weaker form of an argument to show that I'm a libertarian?
No, because it makes it incomprehensible.
I'm saying I'm going to define a concrete form. Could you conceive? Somebody else could conceivably define a concrete form different from me, I think. They wouldn't
Yeah, they could,
necessarily
but
have to
it's
have
just
all those properties to define it that way.
it's just very unclear what you're saying, and just trying to envision this without your object verb forms, but and then maybe without these word choices, like trying to see if it would be intelligible. And then if you're trying to you do something clever or whatever, or add something with this extra word, is saying it's hard enough just trying to make it intelligible that you should probably use as few words as possible. So if you're not really defining it, you're implying something. Therefore, implying the concrete form is that which intrinsically bears structured order unification. I mean, maybe imply, but the define just doesn't seem right.
Well, it doesn't seem right, but Daryl just said in the chat, concrete's generally used as the opposite of abstract. I am using a different definition in that sense. It doesn't really line up with opposite of abstract. Like, I agree that it's that the concrete form does bear those properties and that it's really obvious to define it that way, but I feel like I should say I'm defining it as such and have a look at how great this definition is. Maybe you're going to want to define it that way too, because the definition's insightful, because it shows us like, well, if there's no overlap between matter and mind, then there's no such thing as a concrete form. Because we don't get a concrete form until we combine the property or the process of mind with the property of matter. Properties of matter emerge directly. They're not caused by, because it's all happening at once, but they emerge directly from the process of mind, which is consciousness.
You have to work on your word choices, because
okay.
It's unnecessarily confusing, and I think defined is a problematic word here, the way you're using.
Well, we can move on, and if anyone has any thoughts, like, I think now that I've said these words out loud, my intention's more clear to me. And as you can see, this is far better, though still terrible, than what I had last week. I think everyone can agree.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like 50% better if you stop doing that object verb. I mean, that's just horrible. Like, getting rid of the object verbs thing would be like 50% better already. So here you have QMPT.
Well, that's actually really good, because that's something I can fix quickly. So that's great. And I'm sorry that I didn't understand that better already.
And I guess, I mean, you haven't defined QMPT yet. I mean, I've read this before, so that's your quantum molecular periodic table.
Quantum mechanical.
Quantum mechanical. So I mean, you're using it for the first time and haven't. Okay, structured ordered unification independently arising 3+1. Particular concepts embody structure ordered unification to varying extents. For example, since crystals contain many axes of symmetry in a single form, Crystals have a high degree of structured order unification. Table 1 depicts the 7 layers of the three-dimensional periodic table from left to right. 59 balls comprise its unified structure, asymmetrically ordered around its center point. The supreme structured ordered unification of the quantum mechanical periodic table under the dimensional limit of 3 plus 1 is demonstrating the following decomposition: 118 elements, 2 elements per ball, 2 sets of 4 cardinalities, 1, 8, 18, 32, which is 1 times 1 squared plus 2 times 2 squared plus 2 times 3 squared, 2 times 4 squared per layer. The quantum mechanical periodic table will be explored further in the section on belief calibration. So I'm not sure if
So
the
this is
flow
kind of
here.
like, this could almost be an appendix.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like,
I'm trying to give an example of structured ordered unification because I don't think the definition is self-subsistent. I think it's extremely hard to follow. So I thought I would like say, okay, well, there's the definition. Now here's an example of what I mean by structured order and unification all at once, where not one is taking precedence, except for order.
yeah, so maybe just say that. I mean, that's particular concepts. An example, so you're like, like, I mean, you're still like paragraph form. Um, an example of structure order unification is the quantum mechanical periodic table.
Yep. Thanks.
So I mean, if you're maybe just even that one sentence added, and then you see if it makes sense to have it there. Essential misattribution. The concrete form is an integral part of the cycle of subjective thought. Objects in the world are generally identified as members of sets of concrete forms.
I don't know how to go past that because I feel like it's self-evident or not self-evident.
So when you say we identify objects in the world as members of sets of concrete forms, I mean, you're doing the same object verb.
I know I'm still fucking up the order. I've done that
I
horribly
mean,
the
I
whole
mean, if
time.
you're saying generally, it's not an I, it's a we. You're saying we generally identify, or people generally identify.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that the subjective perceptual apparatus identifies, or, in conjunction with the ego, it identifies. I don't want to say that.
I mean, you do two things. You don't say what the object is, and you put the object before the verb. So it makes it doubly confusing because you don't actually declare the subject, and then you have the object before the verb that you want to think that the object is the subject. So I'm saying we generally identify objects in the world as members of sets of concrete forms, or it is common to generalize objects of the world. Um, but yeah, I mean, you got to avoid this object verb with no subject. The
Yep.
concrete form is an integral part of the cycle of subjective thought. Generally, we identify objects in the world as members of sets of concrete forms. For example, the concrete form of a bird, or for example, we recognize the concrete form of a bird as a bird, both because it appears as a bird, or the bird appears as a bird. I'm not sure if the it or the object appears as a bird, and because the mind of the subject has memorized the concept of a bird. So it here is because the concrete form
Yeah.
appears as
It here is the concrete form of a bird.
Okay, so you probably don't use
So the
it.
concrete form of a bird is recognized because as a bird, both because the concrete form of a bird appears as a bird and because the mind of the subject has memorized the concept of a bird.
So concrete form of the bird is the object of recognize. So for example, we recognize, or it is commonly recognized, that the concrete form of a bird is a bird because both the concrete form appears as a bird and because the mind of the subject has memorized the concept of a bird. You work on that wording. Avoid if there probably say the subject. Don't imply the subject of we. Just say the subject and put the object after the verb. This section will explore the manner in which essential misattributions fuels incorrect perception, in particular unrealistic expectations. The cycle of subjectivity drives the spontaneous pursuit of abstract ideals personified as concrete forms. For example, Judy went to Costa Rica to have fun, or Kyle ate pizza to cheer herself up. In both cases, the subject is inclined to identify the concrete form as the source of the abstract ideal and subsequently follow the abstract ideal through a proxy of its associated concrete form. And so the tendency for subjectivity to chase shadows of concrete forms animated by the ghost of abstract ideals has been demonstrated.
So I thought I was being a bit, poetic at the end, but I like the image.
Yeah, I don't like the and so. Um,
In conclusion or in summary,
yeah, maybe that is like the last sentence of the previous paragraph. These effects have been thoroughly explored elsewhere and will not be discussed in detail here. It will suffice here to accept that the association of meaning to material objects undermines perceptual accuracy and that there is a value in strategically countering these effects. Occlusions of transcendentals. This section will discuss how the finiteness of the animal form occludes the perception of infinite concepts or transcendentals. Animal consciousness generates two core beliefs: localization to the body and the perception of the existence of permanent objects. Just as the act of compression imparts the attributes of the compressor to the signal, so too is human understanding shaped by its particular properties. Namely, humans feel they understand finite bounded concepts because they are themselves finite bounded entities. For instance, few doubt that they know what a chair is, while few would affirm the same level of certainty about what consciousness is. In summary, the adaptation that perceives the properties of finiteness and boundedness structurally occludes the properties of infiniteness and unboundedness.
how's that one?
Um, yeah,
Other than problem.
I mean, this is much better. You didn't have any of like the object verb stuff, and you're almost at paragraph form. Like you're still lacking paragraph form. So, like your paragraphs aren't. I mean, you're still, yeah, you're still just lacking paragraph form. So it's tough. This section will discuss how the finiteness of the animal form occludes the perception of infinite, unbounded concepts of transcendental. Okay, on the need to believe for belief calibration, the essential misattribution of object permanence explored so far is intended to justify therapeutic recalibration of belief, training the mind by intentionally centering the essential misattribution of object permanence upon simple geometries has long been used by religion to improve the mind state of practitioners. Uh, what's CF? Yantra, I don't know what CF is.
It's an abbreviation for see also.
Below is depicted, I mean, you probably just put Yantra, the CF, without the CF. Below is depicted the quantum periodic table, a finite bounded depiction of the structural unit of matter. It can be used to calibrate beliefs. The finite boundedness of a subjective mind primes it to observe or expect finite and bounded concepts. Since finite bounded concepts do not bear permanent correspondence, the expectation of ongoing observation of finite bounded concepts is unrealistic and will eventually be disappointed. That's probably not proper. The and will eventually be disappointed. Since finite bounded concepts do not bear permanent correspondence, the expectation of ongoing observation of finite bounded concepts is unrealistic. Um, and will eventually be, I'm not sure if disappointed it works there. And then what's the subject?
Expectations.
And the expectation. Or maybe the disappointment of expectation leads to cognitive dissonance, and cognitive dissonance diminishes the capacity for accurate perception. Thus, the essential misattribution of object permanence diminishes the capacity for accurate perception. Furthermore, through training, it is possible to diminish the diminishment of accurate perception that essential misattribution of object permanence creates, as opposed to just seemingly permanent, like conventional ideas. The quantum mechanical periodic table is actually permanent and therefore can bear the weight of subjective expectations about permanence. Although the process of surrounding expectations of object permanence onto the supreme form is long and difficult, the freedom it confers more than justifies the requisite austerities. On the calibration of EMOP, this section will outline two processes of recalibrating EMOP. Step one, accepting essential misattribution. Ritual self-inquiry begins the process of calibrating the essential misattribution of object permanence. Gradually, the practitioner attains skepticism towards intuition about object permanence. Habituation to skepticism builds the fortitude required to work with naturally arising uncertainty, both emotional and instrumental. Step two, substantial recalibration. Once essential misattribution has been accepted, therapeutic realignment may begin. At this stage, belief in object permanence is actively aligned with the permanent concept, like the QMPT. Over time, the time to recognize arising tendencies to grasp EMOP decreases. The tendency for cognitive dissonance to cause stress and the amount of stress caused by cognitive dissonance are also diminished in the process. In summary, animal perception occludes transcendentals in two ways: finite body in an infinite universe, and the perception of object permanence in a universe with no permanent objects. Through training, this tendency can be realigned for better perception. Um, I mean, it's good. It's just too draining, and I'm too confused now because your object verb stuff. So I mean, it could be like if you change that and reread it, I would be able to structure, but like my mind's too drained from working through your object verbs statements.
Okay.
I mean, it's
I'm
really,
not sure what to say to that, but
you
thanks
just have to
for
change
trying.
it. You edit it, change it, don't do it again. Because like,
So once it's in this form, I can switch it up to subject, verb, object, and that'll make it, you're saying 50% easier to read. That's good.
yeah, because my mind is still like improperly placing the your object as the subject, and it's confusing to even, do I even know what you're saying? Because I had to reverse order it in my mind just to understand what you're saying. So
Yeah, that's I mean, that you're saying that like it's bad. I'm saying, that sounds really good, but okay, I get it. Cryptic writings is not, you don't see the value of cryptic writings. And I
well, there
must
might be
admit,
a value to it,
I
but
didn't make it
it just
cryptic
gives me a headache for
intentionally.
nothing. It just makes you, it just makes your writing give me a headache. You're like, it's almost too difficult to edit. Like, I mean, so if you edit that, like, we could probably restructure this and work on the other things, but you got to stop with the object verb stuff. And it's just because it gives me too much of a headache to think about it. Uh, but I
So it would
mean,
be a really good cipher then. Not suggesting a cipher on an essay here. I'm just saying if it's that hard to penetrate conceptually, it might be a good cipher.
no, it's just crap writing.
Sure, but
So I can't even think about what you're saying
anything
because the
encoded
crap
looks like crap.
writing. So I'm saying you got to change that. Saying like I can't even think about what you're saying because your object verb or whatever is just so draining that I don't even want to think about what you're writing because like it's too gave me too much of a headache. Your object verb stuff. So if your goal was like to give me a headache and not want to think about what you said, you accomplished that.
That was not my goal. It happened basically incidentally. The goal was to improve in the way we discussed last week, and incidentally ended up with something that's a huge headache to read. And it just sort of popped into my head. Well, that'd be a good cipher, but not really a cipher, I suppose. It would be a decipherable cipher. So
There's really
great.
no benefit to it. You should just edit it out, change it.
Well, you're saying there's no benefit to encrypted teachings. That is not true. But I'm not saying I want to encrypt these teachings, so it's a moot point.
It's not really encrypt. I mean, if you want to call it encrypted, but
Yeah, if something's impossible to understand unless you're initiated in the dialect, it is encrypted, in fact. It's just dialectically encrypted.
when you're saying if it's encrypted or coded, it's just poorly worded.
Again, if it's that hard to read,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm saying
sure you can
you
see
got to
why.
edit it. You got to edit it. You got to change it. And I mean, saying that it's possible, and then maybe we could work on putting it in paragraph form, and then the overall structure of the whole essay so that logically flows, and you can even work backwards towards the introduction. But like at this point, it's just too much of a headache to work with it in the form of your object verb form. Um, but I mean, you almost. I mean, so I mean, you like just a few errors, mainly your object verb without a subject. So I'm just putting it in standard, like like you're writing, like, I don't know, quarter your sentences are this object verb form with no subject. So all of those you should just change to subject, object, verb form, standard form. You had a few cases of pronouns. It wasn't as problematic this time, but just a few pronouns that it that you should not use the word it and use what you mean, because there are two there are different possibilities of what the it could mean. And then maybe next week, if you fix that up, then we could actually try to put these into paragraph forms. And then once you have it in paragraph form, then maybe you could work on like the essay structure form that have like an introduction. Then you're so even just this, we're probably like 3 weeks away from an essay. Like 2 more weeks of looking at this, and you probably have this as an essay.
Well, I don't think it's going to take me very long to rewrite everything subject, verb, object, now that I understand what
I mean,
that
you probably
means.
do
I
it in like
still think
5
it's gonna
minutes.
have weird I think it might sound weird because it's gonna be like 3 I's in a paragraph, but I can try to sort of mix that up.
Well, don't mix it up by doing object verb.
No, I know, but using instead of saying I, using something in the place of I, not like
Yeah, and so I mean,
Jen or
what you're
something.
doing is
I won't redo the same error. I understand what you're saying. I get what the error is.
you eliminate the subject, so you have subjectless sentences. Because I guess if like your cognitive dissonance is you don't want to use the word I, and so you just eliminate that your sentence has no subject, and then because your sentence has no subject, you put the object before the verb. And I mean, so there's other things you could do if you don't want to use I again, but you're having no subject and then putting the object before the verb is not the way to do it. You'd be better off at
Yeah, you
least if
made
you
your
had
point. I totally
I,
understand.
at least I would understand what you were writing.
That's fine.
'Cause, I mean, whatever you had now, it just gave me a headache, and it was irritating because I'm looking like, what's the subject, and there is no subject, and then I think your object is your subject, and it's not even. I mean, if you want to call it cryptic, it's just um, I don't. I wouldn't even give it a benefit of saying it's cryptic. But yeah, I mean that you probably could edit in like 10 minutes.
Okay, so you're saying at this point it's not even cryptic?
Well, I mean, cryptic is a vague word. It just mean cryptic that it's hard to understand. I mean, it's like, I mean, is anything poorly written cryptic?
Uh, Depends if you want to include there being a hidden meaning in the definition of cryptic. I'm not glad no one can understand it. I think that what's written here is far less cryptic than what was written last week, which wasn't written intentionally. Neither were written intentionally cryptically. But the fact that everyone in the chat is, breaking down over this makes me think, oh, it's an intentional cipher. I mean, an unintentional cipher, excuse me. Okay. But
Yeah.
now
So
it's
if
simply
you
a
edit
matter of
that,
changing. Doovid has explained to me, taken, great pains to explain to me this concept. I understand the concept. I can do that, like you said, 10 minutes. I'd say it'd probably take me inside of an hour.
yeah, I mean, God forbid, it's like remedial writing, like even like high school writing. This like the type stuff like my I was being corrected in high school for, but it's saying like, no, I mean, it's not that complicated. You could probably change it to 10 minutes an hour, and I mean, you could work on. I mean, the ambiguous pronouns. You could work on, like I said, eliminating unnecessary words, or more clarity. Thinking about the word choice, like I didn't like defined. If it was implies is better than defined, or just is without defined. Just say is, and is defined. Um, just eliminating the word defined. But you think about that, um, and then maybe next week we could work on trying to put this into paragraph form. And then once you have it in paragraph form,
Like, are you saying I should be open to restructuring the paragraphs themselves, or did you think the paragraphs, at least the names of the paragraph? Claire, the idea with coming in under an alt is that I can't tell it's you.
Well,
Last warning.
you should have all paragraphs. Your essay should be comprised of only paragraphs. And your paragraphs should be defined because they talk about the same concept. So all your loose sentences you need to be embedded in a paragraph. So you think about
Sure.
like what's the idea. So if that's too difficult for you, we could work on that next week. And so just saying, but you're saying so you have to. I mean, the mistakes you're making are common mistakes. I used to make these mistakes. Um, if it was like Samish or something that reads a lot of paper, like agreement of tense or using weird tenses or not following standard subject verb object. These are common grammatical mistakes like remedial English. Um, so hopefully you'll pick that up relatively quickly. You'll catch yourself doing it, and and slowly eliminate that from your writing. And then if you just like, I always like, okay, because I took remedial English, I took my English, I always write in paragraph form. Like I don't have anything ever in any of my essays that's not a paragraph. And so you just have that structural given that you're like paragraphs. Um, so like I mean you still need like the remedial English and to figure out how you're going to get your writing into paragraphs. And so when we could focus on that next week. And then I think after things are in paragraphs, it's like a chunking exercise because let's say once it's in paragraph form, there's 10 paragraphs. And then you could structure the 10 paragraphs as unit because the paragraphs should be cohesive about ideas.
Implying every paragraph has an idea, which is false. The entire essay doesn't even convey an idea. It's a fragment of a fragment of a fragment of an idea, but okay.
Yeah, so you're almost there. I think in 3 weeks you'll have a publishable, intelligible essay.
Really?
I mean, if you could probably even do it quicker I mean, if you want to, but I mean, if you're not in a hurry, probably 3 weeks. Like just fix up the tense and grammatical things by next week. Thinking towards paragraph. Next week we'll work on paragraph form, and then once it's in paragraph form, you will return to the structure and the introduction and conclusion that are your paragraphs in the optimal order. And once your paragraphs are in the optimal order, the introduction and conclusion will be you could retroactively look back and clarify your introduction and your conclusion because the introduction is somewhat of a list of the paragraphs and your conclusion is a repetition of the paragraphs.
Yep. What I'm used to doing is like the introduction is an opening, and then there's the body, and then the ending is the conclusion. Sort of like there's basically no repetition at all. That's what I'm used to. So it's hard to get used to repeating
Well,
a
it
bunch
isn't
of
a
times.
complete repetition, but like a
I know
foreshadowing.
it's not a complete repetition, but it feels extremely redundant. I know that's on me. It's just it's an issue that
Your
I have.
standard essay is 5 paragraphs: introduction, body, conclusion. And for a standard, that means if it was a 5 sentence introduction, that would be an introductory statement, sometimes a definition. If it was 6 sentences, it'd be like one sentence foreshadowing each of the three body paragraphs, and then your thesis statement, and then your three body paragraphs, and then your conclusion. Like opening sentence to your conclusion, like that's hinting that it's inclusion, one sentence recap of each of your paragraphs. And so, in that sense, let's say that you have one sentence foreshadowing each of your paragraphs. Or, I mean, this is a longer essay. If it's longer than your standard 5 paragraph essay, introduction, three body, and conclusion, but you're foreshadowing what you're going to talk about, and then you recap what you talked about. The same thing. So for debate, it's not repetitive like that, but that's just standard form. But saying once you have it in paragraphs,
I
to
didn't
have
say it was repetitive. I said it feels repetitive.
it shouldn't be repetitive. I'm saying
It
like
feels repetitive to me. It's a feeling. There's no should or shouldn't about feeling.
well, it's just standard format. And saying
Yeah. The standard format has a degree of redundancy in the interest of clarifying the material, and my failure to meet that standard is causing my writing to be unclear.
yeah, I mean, and it's almost. I mean, God
Completely
forbid,
understand that.
it's you're really like even like sub college level. 'Cause, I mean, you're talking like upper, advanced academic ideas in like sub college level writing. Okay, let me.
I can read the proof by definition. I don't want to stress you out by that, and I can go through an explanation as I give it.
Yeah, this one, sure. Let me try to look at this real quick because I mean, really just give me a headache. Your other
You
writing.
don't have to read it. You can just not look at it, and I can dictate it and then explain it. That might be helpful. Because I'm not trying to turn you away from this stuff, obviously. Like, I don't want to demoralize you or anything. So I don't mind reading it, or I can start it out.
No, I'll read it. I mean, saying that your look at the written word and saying, I mean, it's really like your subjectless
Okay, yeah.
object verb sentences were just draining.
Thank you for conveying your opinion. I appreciate it. Daryl says, I'm not the target audience. One would assume you think you know what you're talking about. I don't know what that means. But yeah. Do you want me to read the introduction?
No, I'll read it.
Okay, thanks.
A proof by definition is a word game aiming to tease out some subtle property of language and meaning. For example, Zeno's paradox is a proof by definition, namely, it demonstrates the defining distance as half to the n power with n approaching infinity does not bear correspondence to reality. The Sorites paradox is also proof by definition, demonstrating how conventional meaning entails fuzzy boundaries. This essay aims to develop the reader's intuition for the distance of closest approach between conventional language and transcendental ideas. Two proofs by definition will explore the compatibility of conventional language and transcendental ideas. The first is a definition of definition, and the second is a thermodynamic derivation of panpsychism. It's like amazingly, you didn't have any of the problems with the object verb in this. And here
It's a miracle. Got to
your
count the small miracles in life.
your it is, here, for example, Zeno's paradox is a proof by definition, namely, it demonstrates, so the it clearly is referring to Zeno's paradox.
Hey, there's a first time for everything.
This essay aims to develop the reader's intuition for the distance of closest approach between two conventional between conventional language and transcendental ideas. Two proofs by definition will explore. Oh, that might not be right. Two proofs.
I'm sorry. Two proofs by definition, that's the subject. And then so it's like subject will explore the compatibility.
The two proofs by definition are exploring the compatibility.
Yes. Of conventional language. So it can be
Or
separated
you,
into.
the narrator, exploring the compatibility of conventional language and
Okay, so the subject is two proofs by definition. The verb is will explore, and then the object is the compatibility of conventional language and transcendental ideas.
yeah, I don't think that makes sense. Two proofs by definition is the subject.
Imagine the two proofs in a set, and then that's the subject.
I get what you're saying. It's just not. It's poorly worded.
Yeah, it is. And the question is, where do we go from there?
Or, I mean, I could give you a suggested edit. This thing is poorly worded. Two proofs by definition. Because it's not. It's a mismatch that. I mean, the subject is really I.
You mean
I will
in
explore.
this first proof, I will outline how the definition of
I will
definition.
explore the compatibility of conventional language and transcendental ideas using two proofs by definition. Or he's saying using two proofs by definition, I will explore the compatibility of. I mean, so I mean, the subject is
That
I,
works good.
the
Those are both
narrator.
suggestions. So yeah, that's
I
good.
mean, using two proofs by definition, I will explore the compatibility of conventional language. But I mean, two proofs by definition isn't the subject. You're the subject.
So I'm going to be using two proofs to explore the compatibility of conventional language and transcendental ideas.
Yeah. So the first proof, you should probably read the first proof is a definition of definitions, and the second proof is a thermodynamic derivation of panpsychism. So you probably repeat the word proof. The first proof is a definition of definition. The second proof is a thermodynamic derivation of panpsychism. Proof one. The first proof will outline how the definition of definition is a consonant model obtaining spontaneous inference. Definition of defining, inferring a model. Is this part one, postulate one?
It's proposition one.
So we should put proposition one. I mean, the first time you should write proposition one.
Okay.
All definitions are models.
Sorry, it's premise. I got the word wrong.
Well,
Premise.
whatever it is, you should write it out in full at least the first time. Premise. All definitions are models. All models depict pre-existing irreducible concepts. Defining a pre-existing irreducible concept entails choosing one from many. Choosing one from many is the result of a process of inference. By premise one, defining a definition is defining a model. What's I? What's I1 and I2?
Yeah, I stands for inference. I should have made that clear as well. So where would I put that? At the beginning? In like a legend or glossary type thing?
No, just write premise one.
Yeah.
I don't think you should write P at all. I mean, you could write it in full for all of them.
No, I like this notation. I'm keeping my own notation. I know what makes sense to me, and I know what's being used in computer programming and logic stuff. So I want to keep something quasi coherent in that regard.
I mean, for the first the other use, you could put premise one, and then in parentheses P1. You could even probably even for the first four, you should premise 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then maybe like by P1. But first time write premise 1, and then in parentheses P1, and
Sure.
when I1 you write inference 1, and in parentheses I1.
Sure. I
Defining
just
a
want to mention
definition.
real quick here in the chat that I can't answer. I can come up with some words, but you'd be missing the point that you have to take the entire thing in its entirety, entirely, and attempt to understand that before you can decompose any part. So if you're going to be charitable, that's step one, not trying to get us bogged down on definitional technicalities. Ahem.
And why is it greater than? Premise 2 is greater than inference 1. And the arrow
Oh
means
no, that is. I'm sorry. That's substituting. So if you substitute P1 into P1, defining a definition is defining a model. So it's just repeating the term twice and saying that since all definitions are models, that defining a definition is defining a model.
Yeah, it's short. I mean, you should define.
It's basically a self relation. It's
To
if
define
you
all your
define something equal, then you can then
probably.
say
So the
that you
best
can
way to do it
substitute it back into itself.
is write out the word, and then in parentheses the symbol, and then after that you could just use the symbol. So premise 2 substitute inference 1, and what the arrows implies.
The arrow is, have you ever done the Gaussian row reduction algorithm?
I'm not
You can,
sure.
okay, so it's a way to add equations together and subtract them and stuff. So this is basically the convention similar to the Gaussian elimination algorithm, because I just really like it because it's really short because it only has 3 steps and it works for
You can't
like
define it as
generalized
an
computation.
implies. You can't
The
give
way
a.
to is okay, sub P1 into P1 giving I1. So the arrow that's actually an arrow is gives or results in, and the like the one that looks like a greater than sign is
So P2
substitute the
sub
first into the second. You're substituting the first thing into the structure of the second thing.
substituting premise 2 into inference 1
That's
gives
correct.
inference 2.
Perfect.
Defining a definition is defining that which pre-exists as an irreducible concept. And substituting premise 3 into inference 2 gives inference 3. Defining a definition entails choosing one from many.
That's right.
And substituting inference 1 into inference 3 gives inference 4. Defining a definition is defining a model and choosing one from many. Substituting premise 4 into inference 4 gives inference 5. Defining a definition is defining a model and is the result of a process of inference. Contract inference 5. Defining a definition is the inference of a model. Inference and model are traditionally understood as epistemological primitives, and so their analytical decomposition is expected to be fruitless. A practitioner's command of an epistemological primitive is always intersubjectively identified, never analytically decomposed. In other words, the legitimacy of a definition is bore out by two considerations: the model, whether the definition seems accurate, whether it does not represent the concept it reports to.
That's right.
Model is consonant with phenomenal
Things are
reality.
defined on intervals. So you can't say that something equals an interval without reducing the concept of intervals to like your basic thing. So you'd say that it's not to say that it's outside the interval of observability You don't want to say that a definition is a thing because that implies a single dot, not an interval of observability. It's about compatibility of concepts largely.
I mean, when you're doing this, in other words, you think back to your writing that if you wrote it clearly, it doesn't need an in other words. And you probably formally,
So what should I put instead of that?
well, I didn't say you put anything, but you probably should don't use doesn't, use does not, not. Avoid contractions in formal writing. The model, whether the definition seems accurate, whether it does not represent the concept it purports to. Model is consonant with phenomenal reality. Its inferences, whether the definition is conducive to the coherence of newly obtained observables, spontaneous viable inference. Therefore, the definition of definition is a consonant model obtaining spontaneous inference. Proof 2, thermodynamic panpsychism. If both thermodynamics and consciousness are fundamental, then it follows that to the extent that either doctrines are developed, each ought to be expressible in terms of the other. The next proof will outline a definition of panpsychism derived from thermodynamic principles. A thermodynamic derivation of panpsychism. Proof 2. Premise 1, intra-self inference is defined as the process of observation or consciousness short form. Premise 2, a substance with the capacity to undergo the process of observation is defined as conscious. Premise 3, intra-self inference emerges spontaneous from self-interference. Premise 4, self-interference is defined as intrinsic vibration. Premise 5, intrinsic vibration is the fundamental process of matter. Premise 6, matter is a substance with the capacity to undergo that which emerges spontaneously from the fundamental process of matter. Substitute premise 1 into premise 2 gives inference 1, a substance with the capacity to undergo intra-self inference is defined as conscious. Substitute premise 3 into inference 1 gives inference 2. Inference 2, a substance with the capacity to undergo that which emerges spontaneously from self-inference is defined as conscious. Substitute premise 4 into inference 2 gives inference 3, a substance which with the capacity to undergo that which emerges spontaneously from intrinsic vibration is defined as conscious. Substitute premise 5 into inference 3 gives inference 4, a substance with the capacity to undergo that which emerges spontaneously from the fundamental process of matter is defined as conscious. Substitute premise 6 into inference 4 gives inference 5. Matter is defined as conscious. Conclusion. In the process of developing a practical philosophy from the first principles, the subject eventually turns to how words associated with transcendent concepts ought to be defined. Ideally, words would fully and faithfully represent the concepts they allude to, but since transcendental concepts possess the property of unboundedness, it is not possible to encompass them with a boundary. This limitation does not imply the impossibility of conveyance of any meaning, rather than that for unbound concepts, the conveyance of complete meaning via finite systems like natural language is structurally precluded. Yeah, I mean, the writing of this one's much better than the other one.
See, I thought you'd be upset with this one because it's mostly a proof and that you wouldn't think it had enough explanation and lack structure. Like I was actually going back and forth on whether I should send it to you because I didn't want to upset you to think that I wasn't taking your advice. I was like, okay, I'll just.
Well, what were the biggest problem in your other? I mean, if you look at this, that
It's just that my last time I showed you a proof that in my mind is similar to this one, except that I put a conclusion and a introduction. Obviously, that's different, but to me, it's very similar to other stuff I've done that you've dismissed. So it's fine. I'm glad that you think
well,
it's
I'm
not
saying,
terrible.
what were the three biggest flaws in the other essay that aren't as big of a I mean, aren't a problem at all. Two of them aren't, really. I mean, the biggest problem in your last essay was your object verb sentences with no subject. So just the fact that you didn't have any object verb subjectless sentences are is a huge benefit. So I just said this is way better than your other article, and just that you don't have any of those object verb subjectless sentences.
Like I was going for the same thing in both of the writings. I just failed in one and succeeded or failed less in the other. Awesome.
Well, I mean, that was a huge failure in your other essay. Those object verb sentences, there's made it completely unintelligible.
Yeah, it's one error that can be corrected quickly. It's a terrible error to make, horrible error, but I can correct it quickly. So in that sense, I'm very happy that I made that error and not something that would take much longer to correct.
And then you had not that big of a problem, but you had a few ambiguous pronouns and poor word choice. So you don't really have like defined, and so you had a few cases in the other essay of pronouns that weren't clearly defined, a few cases of poor word choice that made the meaning hard to understand, like using defined maybe when you mean implied or just is. And besides for
When I
the
said defined, it was because I was making it clear that for the rest of the essay, when I use that term, that the meaning is my particular meaning, not
well, it
some
wasn't
other
clear.
meaning.
Well, whatever it is, you can fix it, but it wasn't clear. And then this one is closer to paragraph form. I mean, you have the clear introduction, this essay introduction where you say what you're going to do, and you do it, and it follows paragraph form, and because it's proof. The only part that aren't paragraphs are the proof part. So this is like almost a proper essay. I mean, it's a proof, so it's a little different, but saying this is almost a proper essay. Your other one's like has a lot of work. Like, I mean, just next week, like to look at it without the grammatical problems, hopefully, to try to put it into paragraph form. But I mean, this one's also shorter, but it's saying like, no, I mean, this one is like significantly better in just essay form.
So like I'm so dumb that I can't tell. And I thought you'd hate this one and think the other one was, still shit but better than the last one from
Well,
whence it
I'm just
came.
talking about the writing. The other one was like written at like a pre-high school level. It was like a high school level. Like the writing was like atrocious. So I'm like talking about the content of the essay. I'm talking about the writing. So there's really not that really like no writing problems in this.
Well,
I mean,
so
you look at the proof, and I mean, are you really doing what you say you're doing, or these inferences and premises make sense? I'm not sure. Maybe we could look at it again next week like that. But I mean, at least the writing is good.
yeah, in terms of the premises, I think the hardest, I guess, the biggest leap is that it's legitimate to contract. This implies that there's no redundancy between inference and model, and that that there's the same information amount in definition of a definition and inference of a model. So Just because two definitions don't contradict each other or even are consistent with each other in the sense like that they're coherent with the same information sets doesn't mean that they're actually equal definitions. Because, for example, definition of definition could have an information quotient of like 4, whereas inference and model could have an information quotient of like 8, for example, but they would still be completely like there'd be no, you'd have to go outside of the term to be able to make estimations like that. But yeah. So in terms of definitions, I think it's pretty unassailable. All definitions are models. That is sort of just saying that language is a model. So if you're agreeing that words are defined and that the definitions are modeling reality, then you accept the first one. And then the second one is that the models are coming out of pre-existing irreducible concepts. So a model could be any number of irreducible concepts, but there's a point where it's just made up of those fundamentals. And then choosing one from many is the result of a process of inference. I don't think that you can, like, how would you object to any of those?
Well, I could object to all of them.
I just
But,
don't see any like valid objections, I guess. Like anything that isn't just the standard, like, I don't know.
I think uncertainty. So I'm saying there's other possibilities. So you have it written like, like defining a definition is defining that which pre-exists as an irreducible concept. You're saying, well, maybe it's reducible.
And then
Maybe it pre-exists, until it's choosing one from the many.
So if it's reducible, that means it's not irreducible. So what's reducing it?
Well, I'm saying there's a logic to it. I'm saying you could.
There's no argument against irreducible parts. There's an argument against the lack of irreducible parts because you're basically saying we can divide forever and that's meaningless. To divide forever is meaningless because eventually you reach the limit of division.
No, Zeno's paradox. No, you. Why can't
Zeno's paradox doesn't establish that.
Well, so I was saying that you could just divide forever. That's why it's a paradox.
No,
you could divide forever.
You can't garner new information by dividing the same sequence forever. You're always in the information space entailed by your axioms.
Right, I'm saying that you could argue with any one of these premises. I mean, you could defend them, but you could argue with any one of these.
So anyone in the chat has an issue with any of the premises, please state it. I've already said what I think the weakest part, because I think when you write a proof, you should actually know what the weakest part is so that you can prepare for somebody to criticize it. But in a proof by definition, it's kind of hard to be wrong because the way to be right is to offer a better definition. And I don't think you're going to get there, at least not with this one. And so you're stuck undermining the legitimacy of all the concepts. And what I'm saying is, feel free, but I don't see how.
Okay, anything else?
So you'll wait to think about maybe some arguments with any of these?
Well, I could give arguments to them, but I don't feel inspired to. It just gave me a headache. All your subjectless object verb sentences.
Hopefully that I can stop making that error. Because one thing that occurred to me, it might be because I speak French that I'm making these kinds of errors. Because like I went to school in French till grade 7.
Well, I mean, because you.
I have a thinking process that's.
Well, it could be about something because you never seriously learned writing or did writing. Like most people who major in science, you you never wrote or you took much writing, had to do much writing, and so you never perfected it. When you say you went through university, only took one writing course, you've probably only written a handful of essays in your life, and so that like yeah, you're just writing things like maybe God forbid you thought about them when you were a little girl, as opposed to having developed your proper formal writing style.
Mark Smith asks if multiple truth theory is new. Mark, I don't know if you're talking about Doovid's multiple truth hypothesis or something else. I don't think you really see it as 100% new, but a continuation maybe of historical concepts.
Uh, yeah, I think it's new. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's new and it's a continuation. Like it's new that uh, no one else has used the terminology. There's similar ideas, but I think I've developed the concept uh, further than the past developments, in that sense, it's new. But yeah, I mean, it's historical precedents and built up from early ideas.
What I like about it is that it reminds me of the Roman memory technique of walking through, I don't know what it was called, but we've talked about it before. So it sort of like ties everything together.
With the method of Loki.
I think that's what it's called. Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if there's some way to like tie it in with that. Because it's so hard to put this stuff into words. The more abstract a process is, the harder it is to put words. So I understand, the error that I made. And I've made several notes for times where you said a specific thing that I could just fix quickly. So I'll go back and rewatch those and make sure I catch all the errors. I'm just kind of worried because I feel like even in spite of all these fixes, they'll still be incomprehensible. Maybe not for you, but
Well, it could be. I was saying like your writing could always be improved, and say things more clear in a different way. But I think there's just a base level of problems that I said. Like I think in 3 weeks you'll have a good essay.
well, I am not that optimistic. I think it'll get better, but I don't think it'll ever be as transparently comprehensible as you think it's going to be, but we'll see.
Well, I didn't say it would be comprehensive. You're talking about uh, abstract concepts, like, in this thing to be, but you're not going to get anywhere if your writing's no good.
Uh,
So I was saying, I mean, you're talking about
I
it's
don't know
still
about that.
complicated, abstract topics. So even if you have the best writing in the world, um, it's still not guaranteed like everyone's going to understand it. But you're saying no one's going to understand it if your writing sucks. And like the object verb type stuff is just confusing. So it's like whatever you're intending to give over, that the person's not even going to know what you're intending to give over because they're confused about what's like the subject and object of your sentences. So saying at this point, basically no one's going to understand what you're saying because there's too many deficiencies in your writing. But once you clear that up, then at least you'll probably get some understanding to people, and some people might be able to understand in full if it's
I just realized I talk like this all the time, so I must be confusing people.
uh yeah, I mean, probably.
Just got to stick with subject, verb, object. Nah, just kidding. That would imply that regular conversation was for conveying information. But yeah. So I guess I know what to work on. I'm going to
Well,
correct
God
all
forbid
that.
you say you just talk about nothing. So it's like you talk with people about nothing, and then it turns out like no one ever really had any clue what you were talking about. But you're saying, well, because you weren't really conveying useful information, you were just talking about nothing. So it didn't even matter like that no one ever understood what you were saying because that wasn't the purpose of the talking.
Just sort of reminds me of like first they ridicule you, then they attack you, then they take what you said for granted or whatever. So if you don't feel there's any information content in what I've said, that means everything you agree with everything I said. So I take that as a plus. I don't know if that's how you meant it, but
No, it means that saying you were just blowing there. You were just They're saying that
that
like
could be said about
like
anybody's writing. That could be
dogs
said
sound
about
like you.
anybody's writing, though. That could be said about anybody's writing. So I don't
Well, I
really
think
take
you
it as
just thought
criticism.
you were saying deep and profound things, but as you weren't, and there was
Well,
no
you're just projecting.
intelligible information.
You're projecting your own motives on me,
No, I'm not projecting my own motives on you.
accusationally for whatever
You asked
reason.
me, answered your question.
What answered what question?
They said, if you talk like this, what does it mean that you talk like that in the conversations you had? So I said, that means that you weren't really having meaningful conversations. I'm not projecting myself upon you. So, like, thank God, I think I have been having meaningful conversations.
Yeah. So why don't you go ahead and prove how your conversations have had meaning? You can't. What I say has more meaning than anybody else because I can actually establish boundaries on meaning. So to try to accuse my stuff being meaningless, it's like I literally said the proof isn't really that meaningful. Literally said that in the definition. It's pretty much just a word game, but the word game can still show insight for how definitions are connected.
Yeah,
Again,
but it's not for
depending
you
on
to
writing.
judge. It's the communication involves other people, so it's not for you to judge. It's for the people who.
I can judge if I want to.
It's for the people that gain knowledge from talking with you.
It's how people describe
And
their
your
experience of
communication
learning
either
from me that
succeeded or it
matters.
didn't.
I think
You're,
it might be the actual lessons learned that matter, but yeah, sure. What people say
yeah,
does
I'm
matter.
saying that's for the people who learned something from you to decipher, not for you to decipher.
I don't see what this relates to the writing. How this relates to the writing. I
Well,
don't get it.
it's like even just like writing like conversation. That am I writing so good? Like I think like I say like no, the people who read my writing will determine how good it is. I won't determine how good it is, and just for your conversation, like whether people gained or learned something from your conversations isn't for you to decide. It's for them to decide, or say somewhat objective.
It's not a matter of democratic opinion what the value of writing is.
Well, I'm saying it's
What it elicits.
communication theory. The information was either conveyed and given over, or it wasn't. And saying it's
Well,
message,
you show me
message,
one field where
medium,
they can
receiver.
describe how their field derives expertise. Show me one field where that's possible.
Message, medium, receiver. So you're the sender of the message, the receiver of the message. You, as the sender of the message, could only verify that you sent it.
That I don't see what the analogy is connecting to here in the greater
It's
scope.
not an analogy, it's straight information theory. Message, medium, receiver. So you sent your message. The quality, the receiving of the message is determined by the receiver. You, as the sender of the message, can't decipher. You need the verification of the receiver. So, like, oh, I know, like I sent the message, but was it received? So, you, as the sender, can't verify the reception. That's for the receiver to verify, which is basic information theory.
And you're saying that the receiver's opinion matters.
What do you call it? An opinion. I mean, you could try to objectify, but it's saying you, as the sender, uh, can't make a determination. The verification of the reception is on the receiver's end. I mean, you
Well,
want
there's
to
things I can
objectively
check.
test. Try objectively test, but or something. But at the end of the day, like, all you know is that you sent it. You tried your best to send it, whether it was received or not. That requires information from the receiver, not the sender. It's not really complicated what I'm saying.
So yeah, I get that. So your opinion on it, whether it conveys information, that wouldn't be a valid criticism.
Where you say you were talking, like you're writing, maybe the problem in your writing also exists in your speaking. And so, well, it could be. And it's saying that you have to speak to the receivers of your communication to decipher
Yeah, so
whether.
they're getting mad at me because language has no meaning.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I mean,
Well,
you're
that's what
going
it
some
sounds like to
circle.
me
We're just
anyway.
talking information theory.
Okay.
Message, medium, receiver.
Right. And what I'm saying is that these things you're claiming people understand,
Message,
they don't understand.
medium, receiver.
And you can't establish that you understand any of those things or what any of them means or the context. So there's a big problem in communication, right? So what are we going to do with that? Am I going to, make an incomplete metaphor that people seem to understand, or write it down technically correct, which the criticism is, oh, you're not saying anything.
Well, I'm saying people talk and communicate and socialize without conveying much meaningful information.
That's right. There's a belief that there's information, and if you don't believe that information is conveyed, then people get angry socially.
Well, they may or may not get angry. So
Well, if you don't share people's biases about language conveying meaning, yeah, they get angry. They can, because they can sense a cognitive dissonance from a disjointed beliefs.
Yeah, I mean, people just communicate, like glad to spend time or company with each other, even without conveying useful information.
No, they want to hang out, not talk about anything, and lie to themselves and say that they're talking about useful stuff. That's standard normal convos. And if you tell people that standard normal convos are just lies to deceive yourself that you're talking about something when it's actually just empty, then people get angry. And so, it's like an open secret. You can't really talk about that.
Well, they may get angry.
Because you're kind of implicitly telling the person that, your experience isn't worth anything. Now, that's not, very friendly.
Well, anger is bad character. So I'm saying you get angry.
People get angry all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you get angry because you have bad character. People get angry all the time because they haven't refined their character. Anger is a natural emotion, natural, unrefined character. Okay. So I want to wrap up. So, anything else you want to say?
No, it was a great show, and thanks so much for the insights. And I'm looking forward to doing some work on this, I feel like it's a step in the very much a step in the right direction.